Hello everyone, welcome to ZaranTech. In today's fast-paced business environment, managing financial risks efficiently is crucial. That's where SAP S4HANA Financial Supply Chain Management or FSCM Treasury and Risk Management comes into play. Let's dive into an introductory course on this essential topic. It's a vital aspect of managing financial processes within organizations, focusing on treasury operations and risk management strategies. Embrace SAP S4HANA FSCM TRM for up to 30% cost reduction and 25% revenue increase. Mastering it enhances decision-making, streamlines processes, and boosts business outcomes across finance, IT, and management. This course covers SAP S4HANA FSCM TRM basics, including core concepts, functionalities, and implementation strategies. Learn treasury operations, risk management, and how SAP S4HANA transforms finance. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. 1. FSCM scope. 2. SAP Treasury and Risk Management. 3. Integration with SAP ERP. 4. Credit scoring methods. 5. Introduction to credit management. Let's dive in.
Coming to the course content, this is what I was showing the Excel sheet. The first class is on the introduction of SAP FSCM, key concepts and terminology, etc., which is today's class. Then the next two classes on credit management, all these topics. Then the next topic is on collection and dispute management, which is for 4 hours. So we can probably have 2 hours collection and 2 hours dispute management. And then it is on the treasury and cash management for 6 hours. This is on the cash liquidity, pooling, concentration, risk management, all these things, cash flow. And then the topic is on the exposure management, hedging strategies, derivatives, market risk assessment, which is more on the hedging side. So then I can say it is more on the reporting side, regulatory compliance, all these things. And then again, it's more of practicals, case studies and best practices, and more of integration and the practical thing. So this is a course that I have received. So FSCM stands for Financial Supply Chain Management, and it's an integrated approach to provide better visibility and control over all the cash related processes. So basically, this is something which is more on the risk side. Like if you see finance, you will see that finance is more on the on the accounting side, where you want to let's say you are creating a purchase order and a goods receipt and the invoice receipt, and if you post them, then you will generate certain accounting entries starting from the goods receipt side. But FSCM is not exactly on the accounting side, but it is more on the risk side, right? And this helps us in better cash related processes. So here you can see something like better predictability of cash flow, reduction of working capital. So generally, let's say if you see a company's working capital can increase if customer is not paying on time, or there is some risk where customer is probably delaying too much or goes bankrupt. So how to control those kind of situation where the working capital of the company is not impacted. Then reduction of the operating expenses and end-to-end integration of business processes, which is pretty obvious, where you want to basically reduce the expenses and you want an integration of all the business processes. So this is what FSCM is all about. Now we can say that FSCM has different sub-modules, and we're going to discuss specifically on collection management, on dispute management, and on credit management. Now, basically, collection management is one of the sub-modules in SAP FSCM, which is used for proactive communication regarding overdue receivables, which means that, let's say, if your receivables is overdue, and if you're not getting the payment on time, then we can use this module called collection management, which will be used for proactive communication. Previously, we used to have something called dunning in finance, which we used a lot. So dunning is a process of sending dunning notices to customers with overdue payment items, right? Requesting the payment of the outstanding amount by a specified date. That is what dunning was used, and we used to basically have different ways of manual dunning or automated dunning. We can run a dunning process, and then we used to send a correspondence or a reminder to the customers. Now, collection management basically is very similar. Instead of using dunning, you are using collection management, and that gives you more features of the exact track in which the receivable is currently pending with. You can say collection management is more of an more advanced compared to dunning, and that's why companies who are interested in following up with more features, like creating a promise to pay, exactly tracking, uh, whom to reach out, those kind of details, and collection management can be implemented, and dunning will not be needed in that case. Okay. The purpose of collection management is to prioritize and assign customer accounts, display and process receivables for each customer account, and record customer contact. So again, there can be many cases where you have a lot of customer accounts and need to basically prioritize which one I need to follow first, which invoice, which customer. Those kind of details can be handled through collection strategy, and a collection manager has capability to basically assign the certain customer account to certain work list to the collection clerk or the accountant, and they can basically follow up. And again, there is basically a linkage between the account receivables and the collection management. There's a way in which I can basically send certain receivable data for each customer account, and then basically record the customer contact also. Like, for example, I have contacted a certain person on a certain date, right? So I have the capability to record whom I have contacted on what date. So those are the features which is available in collection management. And again, this is more of a risk management strategy for you in order to get your payment on time. The key features of collection management are prioritization and assignment of customer accounts for open item processing. So basically, when I say open item, let's say if you have certain customer open items, then we need to understand what is the priority of open item, which one I should give more weightage to. So all these things can be handled to something called collection rules. So prioritization assignment of customer accounts for open item processing is one of the features. Then display and process receivables for each customer. So which is very obvious, like you basically want to see and process the customer receivables, and you can do it customer by customer. Creation of promise to pay. So basically, this is one of the features where you create this promise to pay through the collection management as a transaction. Then integration of SAP dispute management for creation and collection of dispute cases. So basically, so there is something called dispute management that we'll be covering in the next slides, which basically can create a dispute case. So which basically means that you are trying to track where exactly this is stuck, so that if it is stuck with certain department or certain maybe it's a department within your own company, then you can follow up with the certain person, and then you integrate that, and once you close the dispute case, that should also be impacted in the collection. Because maybe for example, let's say the customer has told us that whatever you have sent, whatever goods that you have sent, that is not meeting our quality check. Okay, that means this is something that you need to check with your quality department, right? So let's say if you have raised a dispute case and it is assigned to the quality department, then that also can be integrated with the collection management, so that once the dispute case is resolved from one team to other team, then the corresponding collection management also should be impacted, so that the collection of the money can happen on time. Okay. Then record customer contact. So basically, what happens is whenever any dispute is raised, that means the customer is not paying on time because of the particular dispute. Now, basically, this even if this shows in your collection receivable, but when you check with the customer, you understand that this is not getting paid on time because of the linked dispute case. When this linked case will be closed, then you can follow up with your customer again, and then you can ask them to make the payment because this dispute is being closed. So there is a way to track the particular item with the dispute case, so that when the dispute case is closed, you can track it from your collection management and you can get the payment. Record customer contact, which means from which department, with which department of your customer company that you've spoken to, who has picked up the phone. You can record those details of the person with whom you are in touch with. Creation of resubmissions for follow-up customer contact. So this is the basic of collection management that we discussed. Now we can come to credit management. So SAP S/4HANA credit management supports the company in determining the risk of losses on receivables from the business partner and making credit decisions effectively. So basically, what it means is that, you know, let's say if you have many customers, you always give certain credit to your customer, which means that the customer can pay the money after the certain payment terms uh, after the delivery date. So let's say if you've delivered the goods on 1st of Jan, and if you've given a payment terms of 90 days, then the customer is enjoying a credit of 90 days, and then the customer is going to make the payment. Now, this basically creates a risk, because what if the customer is not in a position to pay after 90 days? There can be situations like that. There can be customers which are quite well-known brands, and you can give them a higher credit limit, so that basically they are much less risky. So in that way, you can give them a higher credit limit, because you know that you'll definitely get payment on times. But there can be cases where the customer is not very trustworthy or does not have a good rating in the market. In that cases, how will you stop giving excessive credit limit to such a customer? Because in case the customer is not able to make payment to you on time, that also creates risk for your company. So in order to safeguard from the credit management risk, This particular tool in SAP called credit management helps in determining the risk of losses on receivables from the BP. When you say BP, that means the customer, and making the credit decisions effectively. Credit management process monitors the risk of losses and restricts this loss by initiating a means of a credit limit. So basically what it is telling is that it can monitor the risk. So basically you will see when we will go to the credit management, you will see that says something called utilization percentage. So let's say if you have a credit limit of $100,000, and if you have taken already, if you have taken receivables, or combining the order delivery and receivables, if you have already taken a credit exposure of 80,000, then your utilization is 80%. But if it is more than 100,000, then your utilization is more than 100%, and the system will be able to block it. So basically, if a credit manager wants to see out of my 100 customers, what is the utilization percentage for different customers, they have this tool to monitor the risk, and they can restrict this by means of a credit limit. So again, in credit limit, a credit limit is something that can be adjusted by the credit manager. So there is also a way to implement approval or rejection mechanism at the BP level, and this credit limit will help you in restricting the loss, which means is that if the credit limit is $100,000, if you have exposure, the maximum exposure that you can give is 100,000. That means even if the customer is not able to pay on time after 3 months or after the payment term, this credit limit will be helping you in restricting the loss. Like your company will not go bankrupt. Only a part of your revenue will be lost probably. So that is the meaning of this restriction. So this credit management tool can help you in monitoring the risks and also restricting the risk by credit limit. And this leads to efficient receivables and credit management functionality. So basically, this module can help you boost your credit decision making for customers, that how much credit I'm going to give. Then you can streamline the credit policies, like as and when you start using this module, you'll understand that what are the risks you are getting exposed to, and in case you want to change the, or you want to streamline the credit policy by understanding the risk, you can do that. And then you can optimize the business relationships with BP. Like for example, if a customer is always paying on time and in a very well-known brand, you can even think about increasing the credit limit or giving them favorable payment terms, so that that increases or optimizes your relationship with the customer. So you basically focus on the good customers and don't take risks on the bad customers. So you can basically optimize your business in that way. So credit management helps the credit controllers manage the credit department by ensuring credit limits, analyzing acceptable terms of risk, invoking a terms of payment to customers. So as I mentioned, you can streamline your customer payment terms, you can streamline your credit limits, and you can basically analyze what is acceptable terms of risks. These are the usage of credit management. Okay, so we have understood about collection. and also credit management. Now we want to discuss what is dispute management. So SAP dispute management is a centralized, interactive, and automated resolution tool that will allow us to do the following things: control and streamline the dispute case processing. So, basically, this is basically a tool which can help you in resolution of the dispute. Because, see, the thing is, there can be disputes based on many factors, like shipping terms, based on quality, based on any other financial figures. So there can be certain disputes, and you need to keep a track for your receivables proactively, because if you don't, then first of all, it can impact your relationships. Secondly, it can also impact your collection management. So this is also a risk management tool which will help you in tracking your issues or complaints, why the customer is not paying on time, with which department is it stuck. So you can track all these things through something called dispute case. Enable cross-department dispute case investigation and resolution. So as I mentioned, that this dispute case can actually travel from one department to the other department, and you need to basically keep a track, right? You need to basically investigate and resolve this. That can be done through dispute case, which can enable cross-department investigation. Then provide full integration with financial, logistics, and distribution process. So, dispute case can also go to other departments like logistics or distribution, and you can track them. So, dispute management can use integration in order to track it for other departments also. Organize and store all information and documents related to a dispute case. So in order to, for example, if you have set a certain payment terms or in Incoterms or certain terms which is on the logistics side, and you already have a document, you can attach them in the dispute case, and you can send to your customer that, hey, look, this is what we have discussed in the past, and we have basically done whatever we have discussed. Now you cannot say that this is new. So for such kind of things, you basically have facility to attach the document, to track the document related to a dispute case. There can be reason code, etc. So those are the features for dispute management. So this is basically a high-level cycle of dispute case. Dispute case creation, processing of dispute case, and dispute case closure. Basically, dispute case creation can be automatic or manual. Now, dispute case can be created from an invoice. There can be a workflow functionality, which means that once a clerk is creating a dispute case, it is going to a manager for an approval, update of key fields on dispute creation. So basically, when you're going to see, you will see that something called dispute case has certain fields, and each field can be updated based on the integration with finance. So there will be a way to update the key fields based on the integration if we activate it, or you can put it manually. So this is the dispute case creation part. Then comes processing the dispute case. So let's say, basically you have done some investigation, uh, or certain team member with whom this dispute case is assigned, he or she has done some investigation. They can update the dispute case. We can also assign the dispute case to other team members. Like, let's say it is assigned to my name, and after some analysis, I understand this is, I have already given the information from my side, and now this needs to be, let's say, processed by Omar. So I'll assign this to Omar from another team, and he will be taking it forward. So he'll be processing the dispute case. So we have such features in SAP available. Then we have got dispute case closure, where we can again activate a workflow for automatic closure, or you can write off the dispute case also. Let's say we know that this dispute is not getting solved, or there is some kind of standstill situation where it's not moving, and you want to basically write it off. You can also do that. So this is a high level dispute management. Okay. So we have discussed on FSCM side, credit management, collection management, and dispute management. So now we are going to discuss on the next topic, which is treasury and risk management. So you can see in this diagram how the treasury and risk management is placed. We have got different different other integration with sub-modules or systems, and this is in the middle. We've got this financial accounting, which is the FI, let's say invoice, payment, all this kind of things. Then we have got business partner. So this is the master data part. It can be a counterparty or a bank. Then you have got financial markets. So financial markets are something like Bloomberg or Thomson Reuters or FX Trade All, which are like third party uh, third party you can say third party companies which keep a track of different kind of market data. It can be interest rates across different countries, different banks. It can be foreign exchange rates. It can be commodity rates of, let's say, gold or silver. It can be stock market prices. It can be several indexes. So this basically keeps a track. And you can see there's something called market data management here. So this is another sub module of treasury which can be used for any kind of integration. So I think some of you are familiar with this foreign exchange integration, right? We've discussed also this in details in our last class. We have foreign exchange integration, we have got interest rate integration. In case you have commodity management implemented for your company, you can also integrate the commodity rates. Because the thing is, these are something that keeps changing on a daily basis. So you cannot really control this in SAP. You have to depend on a third party to give the data for you. Like I think one of the easiest thing to understand is exchange rate. So let's say if you see US dollar and INR, the rate fluctuates on a daily basis, right? Based on economic conditions or based on certain factors. And in case you have an export or an import let's see, if you have a export invoice, you have to supply goods to your customer outside India, then you need to integrate the exchange rate. Then only you can calculate how much is your INR data. So let's see, if you have an invoice that you're using in dollar for the customer, then you need to also know your INR figure. Or let's say if you're importing goods from China, and if you're raising a Chinese Wuhan invoice, you also should know what is my rupee value. So that can only be possible once you integrate the data from the third party. So similarly is the case for interest rates, where there can be certain instruments which have interest rates based on the market data. Let's say it's not fixed, it is a floating interest rate. You have to calculate the interest for the month or the quarter. You can only calculate, right, once you have the interest rate that you are integrating from the financial markets. Same goes for security prices. Let's say if you have to do a valuation of a stock, how much is the unrealized gain or loss? That you can only do if you have the stock price known based on the market, like based on the index. Like if it is in a Bombay Stock Exchange or New York Stock Exchange or London, based on the A stock exchange, you can get the stock value, you can calculate the unrealized gain loss, and so on. It also applies for commodity rates. So this is the market data management. Then we have got in the down, we have got transaction manager. Okay, so this is actually this comprises of most of the deals that we create in the system. So when I say deals, I mean like a money market deal, like a fixed deposit, security deal, like a bond or equity. It can be a bank loan. It can be a foreign exchange. It can be a derivative, or it can be even a commodity. So these module transaction manager basically deals with creation of all these deals with treasury module. And then you also have the standard F111 or payment run hedge management, which is sitting on top of it, which means when you do the accounting entry, let's say you're creating a payment request and you want to do a automatic payment run, you can do that through F111. Or let's say if you have hedging and you want to basically uh, um, understand which deal is hedging what kind of plan, that you can link it to hedge management. So basically this transaction management and hedging takes care of this entire treasury part, be it payment, be it hedging, be it the normal deal creation or settling them, paying them back, the month-end processes, or even closing them. So this entire end-to-end process and the integration part with finance is taken care through transaction manager. Then you have got something called cash management, as you can see at the bottom here. This cash management has got 3 modules: in-house cash, cash management, and liquidity planner. So does anyone know, maybe someone knew, what is the difference between cash management and liquidity planner? or you can try from someone from old participants also, if they remember the difference. Okay, so basically, cash management is a short-term cash focus. As Rendu correctly mentioned, if I want to know my cash in hand for next few days, typically, let's say for meeting my working capital needs or my liquidity position of the company, that is where cash management will be helpful. But liquidity planner is more of a planning tool, which can be used for certain kind of financial planning or budgeting, and that is often linked with the BPC module. Or right now BPC modules are not much used, but it can be any other module like group reporting or even Hyperion, which is more of a planning tool, which can help you to plan your projects or help you in your liquidity planning. And this is most likely, like in 90% of the time, it's a medium term or a long term forecast, not a short term forecast. And cash management is more of a short term forecast, which is linked to your bank accounts. So you can understand whether you can meet the liquidity needs that you need for next 5 days, 7 days, or vendor payments or employee payments. So that's the difference between cash management and liquidity planner. And in-house cash is slightly different. In-house cash is, again, basically it has got different sub processes like cash pooling, cash concentration. But the objective is to automatically sweep in money from your subsidiaries to your head office. Okay, based on the configurations of like a target account or a source account. How do you basically transfer the money based on your bank statement, or avoid the bank completely, and you create your own in-house accounts and you transfer the money using your in-house accounts of the head office for your actual payments, right? So basically, it's more like it can even be an intercompany loan process or intercompany investment process through which you implement in-house cash, or it can be a cash pooling process. So basically, it's a way to meet your overall company level liquidity needs by moving the money from one sister company to the other sister company. The whole cash is within your own company only. That is what is in-house cash. And cash management is all about forecasting. So those are few things that comes under treasury. And also about risk management here. So here we have given majorly 3 risk analyzers: credit risk analyzer, market risk analyzer, and portfolio analyzer. This 3 comes under the risk management purely. And the purpose of each is like credit risk analyzer is used for understanding if you're overexposing your counterparties, overexposing your company on the counterparties. Like if you have given certain investment to your counterparties, whether it's going to impact you. More for the financial companies. Market risk analyzer is more on the market data management side, but this is going to help you to analyze based on the market fluctuations, if that is exposing your interest expenses, or that is exposing your upcoming investment or expenses in such a way that it is posing a risk to your company in terms of meeting those obligations. And portfolio analysis is something that can help you basically analyze your own portfolio, your own investment portfolio, and how that can be impacted based on the market fluctuations. So basically, overall, how much exposure do you have, let's say on a certain interest rate or on a foreign currency, and how your portfolio is exposed to multiple risks. So that is where this risk management comes into the picture. And there can be also information system, as in, let's say you don't want to use certain analytics tool given by S/4HANA risk management, and you want to pull certain data from here and use analytics tool. It can be third-party analytics tool, like nowadays there's so many analytics tool. Even SAP is also giving certain analytics features, right? So someone who has probably worked in SAP analytics, they would know. Like, or that can be third-party tool like Tableau, so on. That is how it can help you in reporting of your finance and treasury data through analytics. So I've tried to basically differentiate all the submodules of treasury in a simplified manner. I think we had this question last time, that can we get a simplified diagram which will show different submodules in different places and understand the overall picture how treasury works. So based on the feedback, I have tried to do this overview diagram.
Okay. Yeah, thanks.
But anyway, now it is more clear to you because you have attended the last session, so you know basically the functionality of each submodule. But yeah, maybe for the new participants, it's going to help. Okay, so this is the overview. Jumping back to the, okay, we'll move on to the transaction manager part. Yeah, someone has a question?
Yeah, this is just a high level. So once we'll get into the system, then we may come up.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll discuss the system also. Okay, so the transaction manager is basically management of all financial positions and transactions. So basically, we just spoke about transaction management where we can create deals, right? So this transaction manager is more like you can create the transactions or deals, and then you can settle them, and then you can manage the position, whether it is settled or it is to be settled. What are the things? Then it can support for trading and back office functions. So basically, back office is nothing but mode of settling it and posting it, then monitoring, checking, and releasing. So we have the functionality in deal management to also implement release. And anyway, we are doing it through the settlement process, which is more of a maker and checker functionality. Then transfer to financial accounting. This means that as and when the treasury deals will be matured, or we post the interest, or we post the valuation, how that will integrate into FI, or the general ledger accounting. So there is a configuration also which you can do, and then you can also basically post their deals into actual financial accounting. Then we have got flexible configuration of company-specific transactions and position management processes. So yeah, we have the flexibility to also alter it based on company code, and this is done through position management process. Generally, treasury configurations are not company code specific. These are at chart of account level. But in case you do want to do that, in case you want to do that, let's say certain company code wants it in a certain different way, which is different from the rest, they can do that. So that flexibility is there with transaction manager. So I think again, when I say flexibility, there can be certain cases where certain things may not be flexible, right? For example, I remember recently encountered an issue where we had to put different exchange rates for buy and sell, right? So there can be certain countries where there can be restrictions. Let's say if you are doing an investment, you want to use one exchange rate, but if you're taking a loan in foreign currency, you want to use another exchange rate because there can be statutory regulations. So in that case, if you want to do it at a transaction type, that flexibility may not be there. So as we go through the configuration, you'll understand what features are available, what kind of flexibility system can accommodate, and what kind of what things system cannot accommodate because of certain limitations. But yeah, there is a workaround also for those kind of things. You can always do certain things in a different way. I mean, that probably as in when you work, then you understand how to basically give those workarounds. If possible, please remind me, I'll try to show you those workarounds also in case certain things like exchanges are not possible to do at a transaction type level. I'll show you. So anyway, then we have got assignment of financial transactions to portfolios or transactions management in security accounts. So basically, there are certain flexibilities also where if you want, you can change the account assignment reference category at the deal level or the transaction management level for securities, which is slightly different from normal or transaction management deals. Then you have got the flexible reporting and the portfolio analysis, which can give you an overall picture of how the deals look like. Like in the last training, I have shown how there are different reports which can give at a deal level or it can give at an aggregate level, etc. So those reportings are available in the Treasury itself. You don't have to refer the GL reports for such things because GL reports may miss certain things, but you can get more details from the Treasury reports. Let's say if you want to know if I have got 5 banks and how much is the investment with each bank, those kind of things will be more easier for us to find in the Treasury reporting. Okay, so this is the heart of the Treasury. You can say the transaction manager, and again there are obviously integrations with the other modules, but this is a basic main concept. Any questions on transaction manager? So basically, this shows money market. This shows all the submodules which is coming under transaction manager, money market, foreign exchange, securities, derivatives, commodities. And then we have got front office, middle office, back office. Basically, these are nothing but roles that you can differentiate based on your team. And if you want, you can basically differentiate in that way. This will not this is not functionality difference, but this is more of a role difference. How you can segregate your treasury business into different departments. So now basically we have given certain more details of each sub-module. Like in money market, we have got fixed term deposit. Then you have got deposit at notice. Then you have got commercial paper, repurchase agreement, interest rate instruments, cash flow transactions. So there can be different ways in which you are investing your money, right? Generally, for fixed term deposit, the interest rate is fixed. For deposit at notice, there is really no fixed tenure. You can basically take out your money at any time. Commercial paper is a very short-term, low-interest kind of an instrument, like a T-bill in US, and so on. And like interest rate instruments and repurchase agreements are very flexible instruments which can help you create any kind of deal that you want. So based on your business requirement, you can have different kinds of products that you can configure, and this will all come under money market. Then we have got foreign exchange. So basically, foreign exchange is something which, let's say if you have, let's say if you have a company in India, and if you are procuring goods from China in Chinese yuan, then based on the payment terms, you're supposed to make payment to your vendor. Let's say after 90 days. Let's say on 31st of March, and after 90 days, you're supposed to make a payment of 100,000 yuan. But let's say the Chinese yuan and INR have a very I would say, unpredictable fluctuation, which means that you are exposing yourself to a kind of a foreign exchange risk. You are exposing your company because you have to get your money. Let's say if you're procuring goods from China, but if you're selling goods to Indian customers, then you're getting your money in INR, but you have to pay your vendor in Chinese yuan, which means you have to convert INR into yuan in order to make the payment to your vendor. But you don't know how to be the foreign exchange rate, and that means in case the Chinese yuan becomes too high compared to INR, you have to incur more expenses, and that is not in your control. That is unpredictable for you. So in order to basically make it more predictable, you can create a forward exchange, which will basically fix your rate for that particular date. And if the market is higher or lower, whatever is the realized gain loss will be absorbed by the company. Like it can be a gain or loss also, but you know that for you that rate is fixed, so your expense becomes fixed, right? So this is one of the examples for a foreign exchange, which can be a spot exchange and forward exchange. There can be many of such types of products. Forex swap, then plain vanilla, then compound option, average rate option, basket option, futures, stock exchange options, etc. So all this basically, like swap, basically is nothing but you have got one rate and you have another company which is taking in another rate, and you want to swap that rate with yourself. That is a forex swap. So on. But the objective is to hedge yourself against the foreign exchange risk. Then there can be loans, which can be fixed or variable. There can be derivatives, like we discussed about swap. There can be futures or options, etc. There can be securities like stocks, bonds, or non-convertible bonds, etc. And there can be commodities, which can be future forwards. Again, for commodity also, it's very similar kind of situation, right? Securities, obviously, again, it's like more of equity product or a bond product, which is an investment for you. And for commodity also, it's very similar, where you basically you don't want to risk yourself against commodity price fluctuation. Like for example, if you're a company like Indigo, then for you, one of the major risk that you always carry is the oil price fluctuation, because you never know what will happen to inflation, if the oil price will rise or fall. If it rises, then you basically have to incur a very high expense. And if you're not able to pass on that to a customer, because a customer, the moment you increase your airline fares, customers may, for example, if the if it is not a business travel, if it's a discretionary travel, like you just want to go out and relax, in that case you may think that, okay, I'll not go out because the flight ticket is very high, or I may not go home for this December. I'll go home maybe in March because the flight ticket is very high. So for such discretionary pending spending, if you increase the fare too much, then you cannot pass that on to your customer because the demand will fall. But your oil price may rise a lot, and that will cause a lot of issues for your company, right? So in such cases, you can take a future or a forward for commodity, which is very similar, which will basically, uh, which will basically, mm, basically fix that commodity price on a certain date, and then you can control your, you can control your expenses. Okay, so these are the different examples that you can control through in Treasury Transaction Manager. Again, we have got market risk, credit risk, and portfolio analyzer reporting. So I've discussed all these topics also. Okay. So this is the sub-components under some modules, you can say. Okay, so this is going to show the overall flow. Trading, back office, and accounting. which means that your treasury department can be subdivided into three sub um, uh, roles or sub modules, you can say. Trading is nothing but basically the creation of the order, and back office is some. So basically, when it says trading, because like whatever we are discussing is more from the hedging point of view, but there can be cases where a lot of people will be doing foreign currency trading or stock market trading. So basically, this is more like this can be also used for some speculation activity, right? So that's why they are saying that the first activity is named like trading, which where you're creating the order or the contract. Then in the back office, you're settling or checking that everything looks fine. For interest adjustment, you basically fix your interest rate for a variable rate, and you can do certain security account transfers, etc. Netting and all you can do, and then you can release it. And once you release or settle it, basically it goes to accounting. There's a transaction code called TBB1, to which the accounting can be posted, and this will again create certain payment transactions. You can do reversal, accrual, deferral, and valuation. So see, there can be in treasury there can be two types of valuation. One is your mostly it is FX valuation, okay, but there can be certain cases where you also want to value your bond or your stock based on the unrealized gain loss based on the market rate. But yeah, let's just talk about FX valuation for now. So yeah, so let's take a simple example. Let's say you have done some investment in US dollar. Let's say you've created a fixed deposit in US dollar. Okay. So that fixed deposit in US dollar has a certain value in INR, right? So let's say the fixed deposit is getting matured after 5 years. Now, every month you need to basically uh, create the unrealized gain or loss for that investment based on the exchange rate. Because your, let's say $100,000 is your fixed deposit. That $100,000 investment, the main asset, right? This asset you're carrying forward for next 5 years, and this asset value will keep fluctuating based on the exchange rate. The same similar way, if you have a vendor liability for invoice, the vendor liability for next 3 months will keep fluctuating in foreign currency, of course, based on the exchange rate, right? And that's why you use maybe something like FAGL underscore FCV to post your liabilities or your customer receivables. So this is similar. You can use a T code called TPM1, where you can evaluate your loans or investment, which is a liability or asset, and then you can reverse the same unrealized gain loss on the first day of the next month. This is why valuation comes into picture. Okay, when does accrual deferral come into picture for FI? Right. So basically, let's say if you have an interest payment that is at a quarterly, then you basically need to do the accrual of the interest every month. It can be an interest expense, it can be interest income, but based on your income or expense, you post that accrual or deferral, and you book that. You show that for that month end closing. Again, you reverse it on the next of the month. That is why this accrual deferral comes into picture through a transaction code called TPM44. Okay, so I hope it is clear for everyone. So rollover termination is used, let's say if you have some investment that you want to roll. So let's say the investment is getting terminated on after 5 years. Okay, let's talk about simple fixed deposit. Let's say you go to SBI, and if you have a fixed deposit for 5 years and you know that this is my maturity amount, but instead of taking that money out, you simply just renew that fixed deposit for another 5 years, right? So that is
Right.
more like a rollover, where you roll over the
Okay.
same. Okay, so this is more like so we have spoken about the treasury functionality, which can be used for recording, processing, and report on debt, investment, foreign exchange, trade finance, and derivatives. All the treasury tasks are distributed across transaction manager and risk management. transaction.
Alright, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the main purpose of the Treasury and Risk Management TRM component in SAP S/4HANA? Option A, to manage financial transactions and payments. Option B, to handle procurement and supply chain processes. Option C, to perform human resource management functions. Option D, to support treasury operations, risk management, and financial transactions. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there, excited about mastering financial supply chain management? Our SAP S/4HANA FSCM TRM course is here to guide you. You can learn at your own pace, right here on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into SAP S/4HANA FSCM TRM. It's like a toolkit for managing supplies, ensuring we have what we need, where we need it. Covering everything from the basics to advanced strategies, our course is designed by experts who really know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros, ready to support you every step of the way and answer any questions you might have. And guess what? Our students absolutely love this course. Just like you, they found it incredibly valuable. The best part? It's budget friendly. This amazing opportunity to level up your skills won't cost you an arm and a leg. Ready to become a SAP S/4HANA FSCM TRM whiz? Enroll now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
Manager can be used to optimize yields and cost structures. So so this again, as I explained, that you can use it optimally so that your cost structures can be controlled. Like for example, you know that some cost is coming up for a particular foreign exchange uh, payment to a vendor, but I can take it forward to fix the cost. And they know that some yield is increasing, so I premature a particular loan. Now I can create a swap to basically fix my rate instead of keeping it floating. Or it can be reverse also, from fixed to floating, in case I know that the interest rate is going down, right? Because we know that in 2024 the interest rate may go down, so we basically don't want to keep it floating. We want to basically fix it so that I can capture the high interest at this stage. So there can be so many situations. So you basically use this transaction manager properly, and you can be able to optimize your yield and cost structures. And it can also support the management of financial transactions and positions. The SAP S/4HANA Treasury applications helps finance department to manage financial risks, financial instruments, cash, liquidity, and payments. Because if it's a big MNC and there's a very complicated treasury structure, it can be very difficult for the management to get an overall picture how to control, and then you don't want to keep a lot of decision making at subsidiary or at a branch level, in case you want to help the management take certain decisions for the risks, be in terms of financial instruments or cash or liquidity or even payments. You can take help of treasury module for those kind of decision making. So what are the benefits? So the benefits are like that you can for cash management and treasury, you basically can have a better and more accurate prediction of cash impact on the company. It can facilitate better organization and effectiveness of the corporate treasury function, and this can also help in integration with operational and enterprise finance and accounting systems. Basically, the whole thing is integrated, right? If you do it without treasury and if you want to implement only through FI, it can be very difficult. If your company is using treasury, you have to keep everything in an Excel sheet. You have to calculate your interests and everything manually. You have to post the accounting entry. You cannot properly control your risks. You cannot get any proper visibility. So there are so many problems if you do not use Treasury module. But if you use this can help you in better cash liquidity management, and it can be little better effective corporate treasury function for your organization with integration to accounting. So this is a benefit. So this is basically a continuation of what benefits we have been discussing. It can reduce time on combining data, access several banking portals. Like you have to, if you have got 5 banks in one country, and if you're spread across 20 countries, then there are 100 banks. You have to get 100 bank statements to get your cash position, and it will not be real time. You have to combine those data. You have to do a lot of bookkeeping entries. Then you have to build manual reports and dashboards. You have to again enter the same information. So you have to basically work a lot if you do not use Treasury module, and if your people or your users will be spending a lot of time on less value-added activities, and it can also be tough to use certain database formula or like an Excel formula. But on the other hand, if you track it to the system itself, it can lead to more of an integrated system for you. So that is the advantage of using Treasury. So let's talk about certain risk management aspects. Uh, so as I mentioned in the beginning, FSCM is a module, and in fact even Treasury, which is more suited to identify the potential risks within the financial supply chain. This includes risks related to the payment delays, currency fluctuations, payment delays for your collection management or credit management. You can control the payment delay through collection management. You can control the currency fluctuations through your treasury. You can control the credit risks through credit management, market risks through market data management, and market risk analyzers, and other financial uncertainties. So in order to hedge your company against various kind of risks that the environment or your customers or your vendors are posing to you, you can basically implement FSCM to fight against those risks that your company might be facing from external uh, environments. Assessment and measurement. Once these risks are identified, risk management involves assessing, measuring the potential impact of these risks on the financial supply chain. This involves analyzing the likelihood of occurrence and magnitude of the impact on financial processes. So if you identify the risks, then you can also basically understand the measurement of the risk. And once you measure the risk, you'll understand the likelihood of that, of the magnitude of the risk that it is posing to your financial processes. Like if a small customer with a very low credit limit does not have any money, it won't matter for your company. But if a big customer with big credit limit has certain rating issues, let's say a credit agency like Mood or like CRISIL downgrades that customer from AAA to AA or single A, and that has a high credit limit exposure, that can definitely be a big risk for your company. And similarly, let's say if you have thousands or lakhs of Chinese yuan for your many vendor invoices, and if it suddenly spikes up, then it is very easy if you use this module to understand how much loss you can incur. So that is the help that this module can give you, which can basically help you in measuring the risks and then take action items accordingly. So we spoke about market risk management. FSCM also addresses market risks such as change in interest rates. Yeah, like we just mentioned that, let's say if the interest rate is suddenly rising, and if you have a variable loan, then that will mean that your interest expense also will rise. And foreign exchange rate, we just discussed that if you have certain foreign vendors and the rate suddenly becomes high, and same goes for commodity price. So you can address all these kind of risks for you. Risk management strategies are implemented to hedge against these market risks. So there can be certain hedge plan that will see in the system, but you can plan how you basically want to hedge these risks. So as to we will also see something like exposure management, which can help you create this exposure. And then once you create those exposures, you will be also able to hedge against those exposures, which will give more financial stability to your company. And credit risk management, we definitely discuss. This is quite important. This will ensure that liquidity within the financial supply chain is vital. Risk management practices in FSCM aim to maintain sufficient liquidity to meet financial obligations and prevent disruptions due to cash flow issues. Yeah, like let's say if you have a government company and they aren't paying on time, your government customer is not paying on time, that can also lead to liquidity crunch. So you need to basically use this kind of tools to prevent disruptions, and you need to just make sure that you use credit risk management to prevent such liquidity crisis in your company. And you also can use this in conjunction with liquidity management or cash management, so to say. Okay, so we'll discuss on the risk analyzer also. So basically, we discussed on different kinds of risk analyzers. So basically, this is a collection of financial instruments or BPs that can be managed as a group for the risk analysis. Defines the limits for various risk measures like trade exposure, market value, and liquidity. So basically, we discussed three risk analyzers, right? Market, credit. And this credit risk can definitely go beyond your customers. It can also be linked to your banks. And market risk we obviously discussed. All kind of fluctuations in the market can hamper your risk analyzer. And overall portfolio also. Let's say if you have a certain benchmark that you want to maintain for your portfolio, and if it is not, if it is going beyond that, you'll know that your portfolio also at certain risk in case you have an investment in a foreign currency, etc. And hedge management is basically the solution. All the discussions we had is in identifying the risk, but this hedge management basically gives you a solution. How will you basically offset this risk? How will you basically mitigate the risk? And we can also obviously you can evaluate the effectiveness of hedging strategies, like we discussed in our old training session also on the effectiveness test. Basically if you have certain hedging done, you can also measure in SAP if the hedging that you have taken is effective or not, because always hedging it is an aggregate level. You don't want to hedge at a invoice level or at an item level, right? You have to hedge at an aggregate level. But is it effective, right? How to understand? If it is not, what action can I take? So that is a solution which hedge management gives you. So first, let us get familiar with some key terms. So basically, we have got something called credit limit. It is a limit to the maximum amount of credit an institution can extend to a client. Then we have got trade segment. This is required to calculate the credit limit and enable the detailed checks at a BP level. So basically, if you see, credit segment is something that we can control at the business partner level, and this has got different controls. Like for example, you want to put an error or a warning when you are trying to release the order if the limit is crossed. Okay, so basically, as I mentioned, credit segment we can assign at a business partner level, and we can also use certain controls through this credit segment as well as the credit control area. So credit control area basically is an organization unit that specifies and checks the credit limit for customers. Then we have got something called credit profile. Credit profile is a profile that consists of the data that is necessary for the credit check when accepting a sales order and resulting in a credit decision. So basically this one is needed for the data check, and then whether the sales order should be released or blocked, or should allow this order to be released with a warning. Those are the things which can be controlled through credit profile. So these are the key terms that you should be familiar with. So basically we had some discussions on yesterday about the need of credit limit management. So basically this is important. Credit management is important because it's a crucial mechanism for various organizations to maintain the fiscal stability. Basically, as we discussed, this helps in controlling for your financial risk in case the customer is not able to meet its obligations in the near future. So we basically need to understand the customer, the risks associated with it, then apply our credit scoring and determine the credit limit. And based on the credit limit, we should be able to give the customer limit to a certain extent. And if the limit is exceeded, then we need to basically put in warning or block the order accordingly, so that we can release more order for the customer only when either a manager approves or the limit is increased. So these are certain transaction codes that I have tried to mention here, which can be useful. So basically we have got few mechanisms where we can transfer the AR data from financial accounting to credit management and send the payment behavior summary. Then we have got certain transactions for logs. Then we have got certain transactions to generate and update the credit information. Then we have got UKM_case for the limit maintenance. Then we have got certain transactions like a DCDS, which is nothing but a decision making transaction, which basically can block the sales order when the credit limit is exhausted. And then we'll definitely have certain more reports for credit management. So these are also showing certain reports and the how to see the exposure. Okay, so let us try to go through a high-level process how credit management happens. So obviously the first step will be to create the business partner. Once we decide to implement credit management, we have to create a business partner. Then we have to update the internal or external credit information. Then you have to set up the credit checks. We have to maintain the credit check. So that can either lead to an automatic credit limit, or we can also manually adjust the credit limit. So then that will trigger the credit case workflow. In case you want to have a workflow, you can do that. For your credit limit, you can trigger a workflow to your manager. And in case the credit limit is lower than the credit exposure, then the sales order will be blocked. And this can also help in reporting your credit management and AR aging reports. And finally, this will also give you an idea of the credit exposure by your business partners. So this is a high-level process flow for credit management. Okay, let us go through the two substructures which are very important components of credit management. One is credit control area and one is credit segment. The credit control area is a org unit that specifies and checks a credit limit for customers. A credit control area can be assigned to one or more company codes. It is not possible to assign one company code to more than one credit control area, but we can assign one credit control area to multiple company codes. So you can say that in the org structure, credit control area is at a higher level and company code is below that. Then we have got credit segment. Credit segments are essential for calculating the credit limit and are enabled to carry out detailed checks at a BP level. So as I mentioned earlier, credit segment is something that we will find in the business partner. In the business partner, you will see the credit limit is maintained for a certain credit segment. Okay, so basically you can see here that we have got credit segment maintained here. We have got one credit segment 1000 maintained for this business partner, and under this credit segment you have got certain rules defined. I think here it is standard rule with the automatic calculation which is defined here, and we have got something called limit. So this is a limit that is assigned for this business partner 171005, and this is the exposure 482. So basically that means that out of the $5,000 limit which is being assigned to this customer, we have only taken exposure of 482. So this must be due to certain orders which are created. If you want to see, then you can check here, and if you see that this business partner has got $370.8 open orders, then you have got 217.95 open invoices, and some other special credit exposure of 106.05. So total is 42.7, which is just 9.7% utilization of this. Okay. So this is the significance of credit segment, which are important for calculation of the credit limit, and it can help at the business partner level. The credit segments are used for a specific company or branch. The corresponding credit segments are defined in the business partner master data. Okay, so what we have listed down here is how it can be, how the org structure can look like from a real-time project scenario. So here you can see here, like here we have basically listed down certain sales or certain company code to which sales org is assigned to. This is for Australia, and then this has been assigned to a credit control area AUAA and a credit segment of AUAA. So here we have a 1:1 mapping between one company code. So basically this AU10 is one company code and AU11 is another company code. These two company codes, so these two sales org are assigned to AU10 company code, and both are assigned to AUAA credit segment control area and credit segment, which means this has one-to-many mapping between credit control area and your sales org. And similarly, you can see here, like for US, we have got some mapping also done. So this is the list and the mapping. These are similar. So then we have got the credit management functionalities. So basically, we have got this diagram which highlights the overall composition of credit management. So credit limit management, then you have got credit manager portfolio, then credit rule engine, then credit information interface, and credit case tracking. So these are different functionalities. So credit case tracking is important in, let's say, in case your sales order is getting blocked, it will create a credit case so that you can track that. Now, let's say after a few days, you request a customer to make some payment. so that you can release a credit case. Or you can also request your manager in case the manager feels that this credit manager feels that this is fine to release. He can release a credit case and he can increase the limit. Or the limit can also be lowered, but the exposure will become higher in that case. So let's say the limit is $5,000, but your manager is fine to give more exposure based on his understanding. He can approve the credit case, and the credit exposure will become 6,000. And maybe you have a credit exposure of, let's say, 120%. Then we have got other things like credit information and interface. Like there can be cases where you want to outsource certain information from another third party, like a credit agency, or you can implement credit rule engine, or you have a credit manager. So based on different features, you can implement different functionalities in credit management. So now let's go into the master data part. Let's understand how the business partner data is made up of. So this business partner data is basically made up of few things. Credit management BP master data is essential in order to understand the BP relationship. The credit profile, BP, and credit segment data make up the overall credit management master data. So BP is something that we know. What is business partner? A business partner is a person, group, or organization that has a specific relationship with the company. It can be automatically created by the master data team and FSCM credit management team. So it depends. In case you have MDG implemented, you can automatically create it, or in case it's not, you can manually create it. So most of us know what is a business partner. Now let's come to the credit profile. So credit profile consists of the data that is necessary for the credit check when accepting a sales order and resulting the credit decision. Credit profile stores the business partner data relevant for risk assessment. Credit profile indicates the rule for scoring credit limit, check rule for controlling the credit limit check for business partner when creating the sales order, scoring the risk class, customer credit group, external credit information of the BP, and other information such as collaterals. So if we come back to our system, you will see that if you go to the general data, you will see something called credit profile here. Okay, so the credit profile will have certain rules that we can decide for the scoring, and then we have actually given some score here based on our rules. Then we can basically default something called risk class. Like it can be a high default risk, or medium default risk, or low default risk, or no default risk based on the calculation. Then these check rules can be implemented through configuration, and we can basically either make it dynamic or statistical. Then you have got credit group here. So it can be corporate, small, medium customer, subsidiary, etc. So basically this will have certain rules and certain risk class which can be useful in order to score your credit limit. And credit segment data is the actual, the difference is that credit segment data contains the actual credit information specific for the credit segment. Like for example, the limit, the exposure. This is the actual data which is the actual limit what you want to assign for that credit segment for that business partner. Credit limits can be assigned to one or multiple company codes, which we already discussed. Credit limits are maintained for each credit segment. If the BP has multiple credit segment, each credit segment will be assigned to one credit control area. So let's say if you have one business partner, and if that business partner is also already used in multiple countries, right? Like, for example, let's say if you have something like something like Unilever. So Unilever maybe your client, and that same business partner is maybe it is procuring some plastics from you for packaging of its food. And so let's say if you are a company which manufactures plastic, and if Unilever is your customer, there is a possibility that Unilever may be a customer for you in India also, and it may be a customer for you in UK also. So in order to maintain different credit limits, maybe in India I'm giving Unilever a credit limit of 5 crores, and in UK maybe I'm giving 800,000 pounds. So depending on that requirement, it is possible that same business partner may have different limits which can be assigned based on the credit segment, and these credit segments can be assigned to one or multiple company codes. So this is the way you can control your credit limit based on the different company codes for the same business partner. Okay, so now let us look at one of the client requirements to perform the credit management process. So, so this is the credit limit requirements. Then we have got credit policy parameters and customer BP requirements. So the credit limits must be approved by the business and the insurance company to progress the sales transaction. If the limit or factoring limit applied by this client is rejected, then the company has to initiate credit appraisal process to calculate internal limits. So basically what they are asking is that we need an approval mechanism. So as I was telling, in case you want to change the credit limit, okay, then you can do in two ways. First way is that you simply go and change the credit limit if there is no approval mechanism. Like in case for this business partner, if I let's say I want to change it to 6,000, okay. So this is a freely definable field. I can simply go and okay. So basically here I think there is a approval mechanism also, as you can see here. So here the limit is 5,000, and when I'm clicking on trying to change it, there is a button that has come called requested 6,000. Okay, and now as you can see here, I can either release the limit or I can reject the limit. Okay, so let's say if I release the limit, I don't know if I have access or not, but let me try. If I, yeah, so now I have released the limit. Let me change the date also. Date is in the past. Let me 2024. Yeah, so once I approve the limit, I can actually update the limit here 6,000. So now what I can do when I'm going to work on a real life project, I'm going to change the limit. Like I'm going to give access to, let's say, the credit control clerk to change the limit based on his understanding. But I'm going to give the credit control manager the actual access to approve the limit, so that this comes and sits in his inbox, and only he can come in the business partner and click on that release limit button. So we can do it in two ways. We can keep it manual, no control, or you can approve this. You can implement this control mechanism to release the limit. Okay, save. So see, previously the utilization percent was 9.2 or something, right? Now since the limit has changed, it has become 8%. So the utilization percentage has gone down. So credit limits must be approved by the business and credit insurance company or I will to progress the sales transaction. So what they're saying is that they want the control to be with certain sales team. Only when they approve, then only this should actually go and progress at the sales order level. So here in our client requirement with this, we need this approval or rejection process, which we can initiate based on the limits. So now coming to the credit policy parameters. when a sales order or delivery or PJ is placed, the credit limit for the customer is checked against the credit limit set, which include parameters like credit insurance, factoring, internal limits, and top-up limits. So these are the policies that we wanted to implement, that you should not just check the credit insurance, but you should also check the internal limits or top-up limits apart from the credit limit, because there may be certain insurance that the company has taken, or there may be a case where they're doing certain financing or factoring, which they don't want to consider when the credit check is getting done. Then on the customer or BP side, there are certain requirements where the credit management process begins when a new customer approaches the company for supply of goods. The company applies for credit insurance or non-recourse factoring for the new customer, and scoring of the customer is calculated as per the global scorecard parameters. So now let us understand this in a blocked ordered process, how the credit check is performed. When the sales department creates a sales order in SD, the automatic credit check is performed in credit management. If the credit check fails, then the sales order is blocked automatically and DCD document is created. So this is the DCD part which I was talking about, like when any order gets blocked, it comes to this DCD transaction, and here we can basically have a case created, which can be either automatically or it can be released via workflow. So these are the reasons for which an order can be blocked. In case the limit is exceeded, in case it has got some overdue invoices, and it can, in case it is for both limit as well as overdue invoices. So now we are going to look at the documented credit decision or DCD application. The DCD for the document displays a data that results in a negative credit decision and therefore blocking the corresponding sales and distribution document. You can check, release, or reject this document and enter the reason of your decision. You can also present this document in the form of an image which highlights the BP data resulted in negative credit decision. I think Renu explained certain settings probably which can be turned off for an order, but in general, whenever you are creating an order, that actually gets counted in the credit limit. So whether you do the delivery or invoicing, the moment you create the order, that amount gets calculated in your credit exposure. So let's say your credit limit is 10,000, and the moment you create an order, the 9,000 exposure gets updated and your utilization is 90%. It does not matter whether you create the delivery or invoice. If your ordered level, if the order itself is updating your exposure, then the moment that order is created, then the exposure is updated. Now, in case you want to create another order of 2,000, then automatically the exposure is over the credit limit, and it should ideally be blocked, and a credit decision case should be created. Okay, so this is a high-level process flow for release of a blocked order. So you try to do the credit check for a specific customer, then you do the sales order processing, then you review the blocked order, then you set the limit, then you trigger an email for approval. So this triggering and all, again, it will depend from case to case basis. Then let's say the credit clerk only has access to approve, so he or she can approve the documented credit decision, and then once you save, this will be released. This was a very specific requirement that they want to consider insurance also, because a lot of companies do not take insurance on their customers. Most of the companies will actually just have a credit limit, and they will actually consider that limit the maximum limit up to which they can give. credit to the customer. But in one of our clients, they had requirement that they want to also consider the insurance limit, because for new customers they're also taking an insurance, because like in one of my clients, what happened was it's like it's a B2B business and their clients are really big. So if it's a very big client, and if it's a corporate client where you have a good assurance to get the payment, in that case though you want to just safeguard yourself from giving a very big credit limit. That's the reason you can take an additional insurance on the customer, so that in case it defaults, you can get insurance on that. So that is why they have this additional requirement of insurance. They are in fact also doing certain more things like factoring. Yeah, in that it will not be considered in the standard, because SAP won't consider that, because for maximum clients it is not a requirement. In fact, there can be certain things, like just to let you know, what happens is some companies may also take a like for example, let's say if you are an Indian company and if you are exporting goods to other countries, then you can also take a LC or a bank guarantee, right? Now, some companies may want their sales orders, which are linked to LC, not be considered for this automatic credit decision. So that, because that sales order that the company is exporting to foreign customer is already backed by a letter of credit or a bank guarantee, so that in case the customer defaults, they can get the money from the bank. There can be certain cases also where some companies may have a financing or factoring implemented. Like for example, let's say if I have an invoice from customer, then I can use that invoice to get an advance payment from a bank. And in such cases where you have factoring or financing implemented, then I may consider those invoices out of my credit limit, because in case the customer defaults, I can still get the money from the bank. Generally, what happens is factoring, in factoring, there are various ways to handle it depending on recourse or non-recourse factoring. Let's say in case of non-recourse factoring, you can basically clear your invoices, and then you can put it, so you can track it separately through another receivable or payable GL, depending on vendor or customer. And the moment you clear your invoices, your limit automatically gets released, right? So that is how we handle it.
Okay.
And we track that through a separate receivable or payable GL, and then once the actual payment is received, they will clear that separate GL. So that is how we can handle that. Okay, so there is a transaction code called UKM_case. So this is the documented credit decision. Let me show you this transaction code. Okay, so this is how this transaction looks like. So you have got different cases. You can click on this documented credit decision search, and you can give a business partner number. For example, I'll give this business partner number, and I will search. So I can see that some documented credit decision cases have been created for this business partner from previous testing. And let's see if I want to look into this in more details. I can double click on this. Yeah. So this is how it will look like. This is the header data, which will have the case ID, title is DCD, case type documented credit decision. Then you can give the analyst or person responsible. Then business partner number, which credit segment is this case applied for, what is the sales document number, and the current status is blocked. What is the open credit limit? What is the risk class? It will show all this data. Okay. So, okay. So here you can select the DCDs via transaction code UKM_case. Then you enter the business partner. So a business partner is one of the parameters to search for. If you know the order number, you can give the order number or credit segment. Okay. Then there are different status, like here the status is in processing, it can be in approval, it can be new, etc. So DCD status new is available. So let's say in case your order is blocked and the case is created, it will be new status. Then you update the status to in process and save. Then you process the step one and you fetch multiple DCTs. So here we are talking about releasing multiple DCTs in one step. So you can fetch multiple DCTs in different lines. You can select multiple lines DCDs, and then you can either reject with a rigid code, and in that case the order will stay as blocked, or you can approve, and in that case the order will be approved and your credit exposure will be updated accordingly. So here, let's say if I what they're saying is that, just go back, right? So here I can click on this and I can click on release or reject. Now I can do that for multiple lines at one shot also. Yeah, I can select multiple lines at one shot and I can click on release or reject. Okay. So now we are going to talk about credit score programs. So basically, again, this may differ from client to client. So it will depend on what kind of experience you have with what kind of clients. For one of my clients, what we have implemented is a program, and that program has a weightage of different scoring parameters, majorly based on the average of the last 2 years of financial data. So there is an upload program, and this upload program will upload the financial data using a certain scoring formula, and this minimizes the risk of entering wrong data and thus increasing reliability and automation of high volume by uploading the financial data for all BPs. So basically, yeah, so this is a basically a program that you can develop for your automatic credit scoring. Okay. Okay, so moving on. Okay, so basically we are talking about customer as business partner. So here the BP relationship function portrays the parent subsidiary relationship between the companies. This information is evaluated during the credit limit check to determine the total liability and the customer credit limit for the group. So basically there can be cases where you have got a certain head office and subsidiary of the same company as your business partners or customers. So in that case, you can use this information to evaluate the credit limit check for the total liability and the customer credit limit for the group. Because you know what we should not do is that, like the example I gave, if Unilever India and Unilever UK are two separate business partners, which is quite unlikely because Unilever India is a separate listed company, Unilever UK may be a separate listed company, and so on. But ultimately, if one company which is manufacturing plastics all over the world, if that company is supplying Unilever some goods, and if they separately maintain different limits for different subsidiary of the same business partner group, then it can also create a risk because you are dependent on one group. So in that case, you can use this functionality to to determine a customer credit limit for a group. So customers can be established as BPs to receive various benefits. So here again we have given certain details like credit insurance or collateral, then certain business specific customer blocks can be implemented because you want to probably block a certain customer. Then business specific indicator special attention. Then you have got BP specific customer credit group. So this is a BP specific customer credit group which is more useful for us, where this field enables further classification of customers. Then you can have BP specific payment behavior index and BP specific credit exposure. So here the BP master data consists of two groups, two essential components, profile and segment, which we already discussed. So BPs can be automatically created from the customer master data. And obviously, once we create the business partner number, the same number can be used as our FSCM credit management BP also. So we have already seen the BP master, that's fine. So then we are going to discuss on the credit information analysis part. So credit information analysis process enables the analysis of credit profile data, credit segment data, and credit exposure. So basically, there are different reports which can be used for using different kind of credit information. We have got UKM underscore transfer underscore vector, which is used for payment behavior summary. Then we have got logs, UKM underscore logs underscore display. Then UKM underscore MLUS underscore DSP and so on, which will give different kinds of information. It can be related to credit limit, credit exposure, credit profile data, credit segment data, and so on. So here we have given some screenshots of how the different reports look like. This is for the credit check logs, where you can give certain business partner number or credit segment. And once we execute this, it will show you the logs. So now let us look at the parameters. Okay, so basically this one talks about details of the logs in case you want to analyze some issue, etc. You can check this log and you can go into more details. So I think you can skip this. Then there is another report for credit exposure list. This is called UKM underscore ML US underscore DSP. So once you give the credit segment and maybe you give your company code, etc., and execute, it will show you the limit of different business partners based on the credit segment. As you can see here, for the list of business partners, the credit segment, and what is the credit exposure and credit limit, and what is the utilization percentage. So it can give you a summarized report of the credit limit for different business partners. Maybe you can have a look at this report. You can understand email business will be in the system. Maybe you can take the same business partner. Okay, so this is the report. Let me give the business partner number here. What is the credit segment for this? This is 1000. Yeah. Let me execute. Yeah. So this gives you the business partner number, segment, and the exposure amount, the limit, and the utilization. So this is how it will show. So here again, it speaks about certain details that is needed, like you can give the BP number, credit segment. Then there are a lot of optional parameters here, like resubmission date, credit customer credit group, like corporate, small medium customers, risk class, So you can give certain parameters if you want. You can give them, or you can give certain, if you want to use, if you want to view BPs exceeding the credit limit, select the on checkbox. So check this on checkbox. Anyway, so basically it's a report which can give you certain features which you can explore. Okay, so then we have got another report called UK_MASS_DSP1, which will be useful for viewing the credit profile data. You can similarly give the rules and the business partner number. So if I go back, if I click on credit profile and the same business partner number, execute. Yeah. So it can give you what is the rule implemented for this, and so on. You can also change the layout, and you can bring. Okay, just got everything selected. Okay. So similarly, you can also use this another report for credit segment data. So I think this is also there. This was there. Yeah. So this is very similar. Trade segment is there here. 1000 is the credit segment, and then you've got the credit limit. Similarly, I've got payment behavior summary. Business partner number. So basically, this is we have discussed this credit about the payment behavior summary. And similarly, I've got credit exposure report in case you want to see how much is the exposure for each people. You can use this report. So yeah, so basically from the process point of view, credit management is a process for supporting the order management to ensure the credit worthiness of the customer or the BP before shipping the products. It reduces the risk for business losses, optimizes the credit risk, and improves the relationship with the customers. Credit checks will be performed in the background by the system during the order creation or anytime when a change is applied to an order. Like for example, let's say if the order value is of $7,000, but if you change the material price, let's say if you have got 7 items of each $1,000 goods, but if the material price is changed and if you update the order as 8,000, then any change in the order will also lead to another credit check being performed. The allocated quantity and price of the products will impact the credit checking. If you either change the price or the quantity, it will lead to second credit checking. If there is no issue with customers' credit worthiness, the sales order is successfully processed. If there is issue with the credit worthiness, sales order is blocked, and an authorized person, which is typically the credit management team or credit manager, needs to review and make a decision to release before the sales order can be processed any further. I think we have discussed this. Let us try to just check this process in the system, and then we'll come back to the presentation. What you can do, you can try to create an order. I'm not an expert in, say, SDs, but let me just try. First, let us see if we have any order with this customer. Um, hmm,
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a subcomponent of SAP S/4HANA TRM? Option A, cash and liquidity management. Option B, treasury and risk management. Option C, in-house cash. Option D, procurement management. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, excited about mastering financial supply chain management? Our SAP S/4HANA FSCM TRM course is here to guide you. You can learn at your own pace, right here on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into SAP S/4HANA FSCM TRM. It's like a toolkit for managing supplies, ensuring we have what we need, where we need it. Covering everything from the basics to advanced strategies, our course is designed by experts who really know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros, ready to support you every step of the way and answer any questions you might have. And guess what? Our students absolutely love this course. Just like you, they found it incredibly valuable. The best part? It's budget friendly. This amazing opportunity to level up your skills won't cost you an arm and a leg. Ready to become a SAP S/4HANA FSCM TRM whiz? Enroll now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
yeah. Okay. To have, but we could see that there are some orders for this, right? Hmm. Hmm. Okay, let us try to use the DCT screen to find the order number. If we go to, okay, I think that was also open for me. Okay, let us check this. So this is one order number. Let me open this and take this table. Hmm. Okay, business partner number is blank, but this is probably at the moment. What is order number? This is okay. So yeah, we can refer this order number and try to create another order number. So I'm going to ZA03 and continue. So you can see that this order is sold to party and shipped to party 171005, and this has got this material TG14. So if I click on the header details, and if I go to conditions, This is $175. Okay, so let me use the same material then. I'm going to VA01. What is the order type? OR standard order type. Sales org is 1710. Distribution channel is 10. And division is 00. What is 00? Okay, product division and distribution channel is what? 10. Direct sales. Okay, so I'm clicking on continue here. So now what I'll try to do, basically what my objective is to create a documented decision case. Okay, so now as you can see that this particular order, I'll close the screen. This order this partner screen. Okay, yeah. So this particular order, as you can see that the limit is 6,000 and exposure is 743. So if I create, let's say 5,500, then my limit is getting crossed, right? So I'm going to try to put the material numbers in such a way that it crosses 5,500 or maybe 6,000 so that the limit is crossed. So now I'll go here. I'll take the same sales order, same business partner as my sold to party and my ship to party. And here maybe I'll put test 1, 2, 3 as a customer reference. Here in the item I'll refer this material and quantity. If I give so first let me just give 100, okay, and I'll give PC. So I'll try to save this and see if it actually is going to the credit check or not. It ideally should not, because okay, credit limit 0 exceeded by 2,498, which is okay. Okay, there's a credit block. So let me try to save. So this order has been saved now. So now if I display this order, if I go to the header details, conditions, this is 17550. If it is 17550, then it should not be blocked, right? One moment. If I open the business partner once again, no, this has not updated this. Why? We try to. Okay, I think the sales order probably is not. Status overview. I think it incomplete. Okay, let me open the. I think it is probably creating a case, although ideally should not, because the limit is lower. Let me do one thing. Let me first release this and see if then if it is creating, let me first review this once. Yeah, this is test 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 7, 5, 5. Okay, now it has been released. So now if I go back to the business partner and just check. Yeah, now it has upgraded the credit exposure by 1775. So now the utilization is 41.6%. Yeah, so this item has come up now. Open orders. So if I go inside the open orders, I can see my value of 1755. So now, if I try to do delivery for this order now, 50 versus 50. Yeah, 503, 5334, right? I go to this 5334. So now if I click on the status overview, item status. Okay, this is not yet confirmed. Okay, let me try to edit this. So credit status is released now. I think they need certain things on delivery status. Purchasing con status. Purchasing con status. Okay, I think this is probably more on the SD side. Okay, no problem. I think we got some basic idea on the trade management. This is probably more on the logistics side. Yeah, no problem. Coming back to the presentation. So we can come to the trade scoring part. So basically, trade scoring we have discussed, but basically it's a process of evaluation of the credit worthiness of the BP, and we have to assign the credit score based on various factors. The importance of credit scoring is crucial for assessing the likelihood of default and potential credit risks, and it facilitates informed decision making in credit management. So we have got different kind of configurations for credit scoring. We have got different kind of models, and these configurable models are based on different criteria such as financial ratios, payment history, the business partner characteristics, and this allows organizations to tailor the credit scoring to specific business needs. So there are certain things called weighting and scoring rules. We can define the weight and the rules of each factor contributing to the credit score, and it offers flexibility in adjusting the importance of different parameters. So we have got two types of credit scoring mechanisms. One is automated, one is manual. So in the automated one, it utilizes predefined algorithms and scoring methods, and this can ensure consistent and efficient credit score calculation. And in case your number of customers are limited, and in that case, you can also do manual scoring, which will allow you to manually adjust the credit score based on additional information or expert judgment. And this has more flexibility in case automatic scoring is not capturing all the relevant factors. and credit limit determination can also be automated. So credit limit determination assignment can happen automatically based on the credit score and the predefined rules. This streamlines the credit management process and ensures consistency. And for manual overrides, the users can manually adjust the credit limit based on specific business considerations. And this one allows human interventions in situations where automated limits may need modification. So we're going to talk about we actually spoke about this credit limit check process. As transactions unfold from order to cash process, the system conducts automatic credit limit checks. This safeguards against the organization overcommitting to customers, which may pose credit risks. The concept of a credit horizon adds an additional layer of sophistication, allowing organizations to set limits over specific periods, aligning with the business cycles or contractual agreements. So we have got the way to control it with different dates. Okay, so this one we have already discussed how to block and release order. We just saw how the order is blocked and then it got released. So on the configuration side, I think we can talk more if we continue this class, or if you guys are aware, then you can probably move on to the treasury part also. Information part we have already discussed on different reports. We saw certain trade limit, exposure, trade segment reports, which can be viewed with business partners. Yeah. Then we also have something called credit rules. Let me see if I can show you the credit rule part. So I think this was something which Omar was telling sometime back. We can have a dynamic or a statistical credit limit rule here. By default, it has got 1, 2, and 3. The default one is 0, 1. So here we have got different steps. Like these are like different kind of checks. We have got static check of credit exposure. Then we have got maximum document value, maximum dunning level, age of oldest open item, payment behavior index, and check for overdue open items. So depending on this different kind of checks, system will be able to understand what are the parameters to be considered. So if I click on this, if I go to so here we can check for how many till how many days we can consider the open items, the oldest open item. So again, these are different fields like percentage overdue, maximum overdue days, amount of payment behavior, credit horizon. These are different parameters which can be used for your credit rules in case you want to configure that. Okay, so this is how the credit rules look like. So basically, this sets a specific criteria under which a deal can be approved, and we can implement a credit policy using these rules. Like a rating is one of the important parameter which can be considered, but again, rating is a third-party parameter. We have got different third-party parameters, third-party companies like CRISIL, Moody's, etc. Then utilization percentage, obviously that can be considered, overdue status, exceptions, etc. So this is how you can use different parameters for your credit rules. So again, these rules can be configured into credit strategies, and we can apply them for credit calculation, the credit scoring part. Rules and limits take effect during the actual deal capture or modification. System automatically checks for all the active credit rules against the deal parameters. Rule violation triggers status indicators and warnings. Depending on violation, the deal may be temporarily blocked for approval, like the order may be blocked. If the rule check is passed, exposure checked against applicable limits, and deal captured, user has real-time visibility into credit utilization. Okay, so basically we have the basic presentation here, and we can launch with the basic process flow, and then we can focus more on the configuration. So I'm going to skip a few slides, and we can simply discuss the process once. So I think that we have discussed certain things in Treasury in the last series of class that we had, and most of us know the basic Treasury process flow. So basically, we are going to discuss on the transaction manager today. So I have what I've done. I'm just collating all my configuration documents in one place, and we are also trying to remove the. Sorry, where is it? Yeah, and we're also trying to remove the client data. We are still working on it. The content, there was a person from content team, she is not well, so she's still not able to she has not been able to complete it. So we are actually working on cleansing the data, and then I'll be uploading all the documents for the configuration. So anyway, coming to the basic flow. So what happens is in Treasury, okay, let me probably just show the entries so that it's more clear for you. So what happens? Let us just discuss. There can be mainly two types of transactions. One can be investment, and the other can be a loan, right? When it comes to the transaction manager side. So when it comes to the loan, what we do once our treasury deal is created, we run a transaction called TBB1, and we book the principal. Okay, and you can see the entries here. So here we have taken an example of an intercompany loan, and as you can see here the liability is getting booked with the miscellaneous bank in TBB1, and then we have to run the bank statement reconciliation for the, after which the miscellaneous bank and the main bank gets adjusted with each other. Then we do the interest quarterly booking. So assuming that your interest expenses on a quarterly basis and you pay your interest on a quarterly basis. So here the interest expense gets debited and your business partner gets credited. Here again there can be different process based on your different clients. In case you are extending your business partner in a customer vendor role, this kind of process can be implemented. And in case you are just implementing treasury, then it can be a payment request also. So it will depend on the way you're designing your system. Then you can do the payment run, and your treasury PP gets adjusted to the miscellaneous bank. And finally, when the accrual happens, your so basically accrual will happen as we discussed in the introduction class also, when let's say you want to close your every month, you want to do a monthly closing, and you have to accrue your expenses. Here, as you can see, your interest expense is 800 INR every quarter, and you want to just divide that into every month. So you can divide that by 3, which is coming to 266, and it will be your interest expense debit to interest deferral, and then again it will be reversed on the first day of the next month. So this is how your accrual or deferred will be booked. And in case there was another interesting question, in case the payment does not happen on time, then we can have another way of handling. So this is a bit more advanced, so you can basically ignore this. Coming to investment, this is the entry where your principal will get booked first through TBB1. Your investment asset is getting debited, and it will create your business partner. Then business partner will be adjusted to the miscellaneous bank during payment run, and finally the miscellaneous bank will be adjusted to your main bank. Again, the interest will be quarterly, so this time it will be an interest income credit and miscellaneous bank debit. Again, miscellaneous bank can be adjusted to the main bank, similar process. And you can also do a valuation in case it's a foreign currency investment or loan. And the accrual process will be also similar, where interest income will be accrued on a monthly basis, and then again reverse on the first day of the next month. So this is your overall process flow, and there can be certain month-end processes. So as part of month-end processing, treasury transactions can be categorized into foreign currency and local currency. Based on the type of transaction, for foreign currency transactions, T-code TPM1 will be used to post foreign currency unrealized gain or loss. Obviously, that valuation part will come only when it's a foreign currency loan. And you can use T-code TPM44 to book your accruals and deferrals. There can be another case in case it's a long-term loan or deposit. You can use the T-code TPM15M, which can be used to reclassify between non-current and current portion. Okay. So there can be 3 types of main process. One can be for money market, second can be for foreign exchange, and third can be for trade finance, which is nothing but LCBG, etc. So with this background, we can actually come to the configuration. So I wanted to show a configuration document that I have created. I mean, it is from one of my client. So let us get familiar with few of the basic terms for the configurations, like the rules in business partner, as well as for transaction manager. And there are certain things like valuation area, product category, product type, etc. So let me just show you the basic terms. Yeah. So in Treasury, we have got this business partner into certain roles like so we know what a business partner is. So basically, business partner can be anything. It can be a vendor, customer. However, for Treasury purpose, we'll be focusing on few of these roles like issuer, counterparty, depository bank, guarantor. In case you are issuing a bond or security, in those cases, issuer will come into picture. Depository bank will come into picture when let's say think about it like a stock market. When a stock is issued, you have a depository bank which will act like a broker for you. And let's say if HDFC is issuing some shares, some additional shares, and if CDSL becomes your depository, then CDSL will be like a depository bank. It can be a third-party bank also. Just for simplification, I'm taking example of CDSL, and your issuer is HDFC. So this is the difference between issuer and depository bank. Depository bank can be the same bank or it can be different bank. There can be certain cases where you are basically issuing a bond, and your issuer, so let's say Wells Fargo is your bond issuer, which is basically selling the company's bonds. But you are using another bank, let's say Bank of America, as a depository bank from where you can do transactions. So that is an example. And we need this kind of roles to be extended to a business partner in order to create certain transactions like a security class or a security account when you work on securities. Security means bond and equity. Those things come under securities. And guarantor generally comes into trade finances. So let's say just to give an example. So let's say if you have a subsidiary and let's say Unilever is a big company, but Unilever has started new subsidiaries in South Africa. And in South Africa, when it is trying to procure goods from a vendor, their credit rating is not that well established. So what they can do, they can give their head office, which is let's say Unilever UK, as a guarantor. So they can create a trade finance instrument like a parent guarantee or even a bank guarantee. This kind of when you try to issue a parent guarantee or a bank guarantee to your vendor, then when you're creating such products, you need to have your business partner extended into guarantor roles. It can be a bank, it can be your own company. It depends on scenario to scenario. You can think it in a bank way also. Like for example, let's say your company is not a reputed one, and he wants to give a bank guarantee. So you need to extend that bank into this role in order to create the product or to create the deal. So definitely we need to create the master data for Treasury, and we need to understand about the bank master and market data. So I've covered bank master in our last classes, like in our previous sessions also. So anyway, master data is something that master data for banks are something that you guys are familiar with. It is stored centrally in SAP system in a bank directory. Each house bank in a company code is represented in the system by a bank ID, and each account maintained within the house bank is represented by an account ID. The bank ID and account ID in the system are used to enter the bank details. These entries are used to determine the bank details for a particular payment for automatic payment transactions. Now we discussed about market data also. We have discussed about exchange rates, and we've discussed about swap, reference interest rates, and there can be many other things like index volatilities, commodities, and so on. Now coming to transaction manager, basically, as I mentioned, the transaction manager is one of the most important functionality in Treasury. You can say this is the heart of the Treasury, and this helps in managing financial transactions and postings. We discussed about trading, back office, and connection to financial accounting. Now, These are fine. We know all these things, utilization, reporting, these are okay. So we have discussed about front office, back office accounting. And again, we discussed about certain products also. So, basically, front office, so basically it's nothing but a role, you can say. Front office generally in big companies where treasury department is quite robust. The treasury department can be divided into three different roles or three different functionality. Front office or trading office is basically the name of the department in treasury, which is basically associated with actual trading, which means actual. For example, when I'm taking a forex or a forward contract, I need to have a good understanding about the market or the interest rates so that I know how much should be the hedge, how much amount I should hedge, what is the rate which is the best. So those are the people who are involved in the trading activities or speculation activities, or even in some cases hedging activities, which is the trading or the front office department. The back office department is the department which basically, once I decide that this is the amount I need to do hedging for and just create the contract, the front office department's job is over. The back office department basically checks all the data. You can say this is more of the clerical department, the back office department, which will check the amount, if the business partner number, if the dates are fine, if the interest rates are matching with the dates which the front office has given. If it has all the administrative data like characteristics, internal reference, all the payment details, they will just check all these things. And finally comes the financial accounting department, which is nothing but once the deal is created, it has to go through a series of accounting, right? We discussed like booking the principal, booking the interest, doing the accruals. So these are jobs of the accounting team in the treasury department. So these are generally done by the accounting team who understands more on the financial accounting, and they understand whether the accounting entries are coming correctly. Then they will do the month-end reporting, all these kind of things. So this is how it is done. So basically, you can assign this in with three different roles in treasury department. There can be a lot of cases where it will overlap. Like for example, you will see that front office and back office teams are, same person is working in both. Accounting team may be different. So it can happen in that way.
Okay.
So it's just a role authorization kind of thing from our side.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, let's talk about valuation area. The Treasury Transaction Manager supports not only one but several parallel balance sheet views of managed positions and transactions, each of which its own rights offer a complete view of positions on a value basis. This fulfills the requirement to generate balance sheets according to both accounting regulations and international accounting regulations. There are valuation areas. These views are called valuation areas. You can set a number of valuation areas as required in the customizing or in the configuration. For example, valuation area 001, which is local GAAP, and valuation area 002, which can be an international accounting standard GAAP, or even an IFRS GAAP. Okay, so this is very similar. Like you guys may have worked in asset accounting. You will see a very similar concept here, right? So where you have got a lot of depreciation areas, etc. So here we handle it through valuation areas for different parallel gaps. So product category is a predetermined classification. So generally, you should not change the product category. You can keep it same like standard. For example, you can see fixed deposit, deposited notice, foreign exchange stock. Product type is what is product? Product is used to further segment financial products assigned into a product category according to company code specific requirements. Each product type is assigned to exactly one product category. The product types in the derivatives area include IRS, CCS, forward rate arrangement, and various options. Transaction category and transaction type. So again, transaction category determines which transaction categories are made with a certain product category. The system determines the transaction categories, like investment, borrowing, as I was discussing. And transaction type determines which transactions are carried out with a certain product type. The transaction types are group transaction categories according to a company's specific requirements. For example, purchasing or investing or borrowing fixed deposits or purchasing and selling bonds. Then we have got financial flow or flow type. So financial flows are assigned to the transaction positions in the transaction manager. This flow document changes to the transactions. Flows contain attributes for date, amount, and calculation information, among other things. For example, repayment flow, purchase flow, valuation flow. Flow type. So these are very specific terminologies. We're not discussing anything business specific. So valuation flow is useful when you're doing the valuation of a foreign currency deposit. For example, if you're an Indian company and if you have a loan in dollar, so let's say if you remember, I gave you some examples in our last class. It's a Reliance. It's finding 7% interest rate into which they can borrow money.
One second. Sorry to interrupt you, Abhijit. We have created a forward contract for a currency. Okay.
Okay.
So in that case, we get will we get this valuation flow over there for
Yes.
forward spots?
Yes. For sports, no, because for sports it is nothing to carry forward, right? When you're taking a spot, that means you are taking the deal on the same day. For example, you find a good rate, and you think that you just want to book. Let's say you want to buy some dollar and sell some INR, and you are booking it on the same day. So then there is really no asset or no liability that is getting carried forward, right? So you're booking, let's say, $1 lakh, and let's say you're selling 81 lakh INR. Okay, so then that amount is booked on the same day. So there is no valuation in that case. It can count for any kind of deposit investment forwards whenever there is any kind of liability or asset booked in your system, which is getting carry forwarded. Yeah. So basically, this is a month-end process for accounting team. Like basically, on what happens, let's say if you have a liability of $1 lakh, right? That $1 lakh keeps on fluctuating on a daily basis because sometimes it is 80 lakh and sometimes it is 81 lakh, sometimes it is 80 lakh 50,000, like that, right? It keeps on fluctuating. You cannot do the valuation on a daily basis, but whenever you are closing your books, at that time you just want to book the unrealized gain or loss with the principal, and then you reverse it on the next of the month. So basically, this is needed for your month-end closing if you want to, take out your financial reports. So each flow has exactly one flow type which classifies the flow. Flow types are defined in customizing. Besides the key and the text, other flow type characteristics are also defined. For example, whether or not the flow type is relevant for posting, or whether flows for this flow type should be included in the cash management and forecast. If flow type is only unique for contract type. So contract type, as we know, 2 for security, 4 for foreign exchange, 5 for money market, and 6 for derivatives. So these are standard contract types, and a flow type should be unique for every contract type. This means if flow type 1000 for contract type 2 is different from flow type 1000 for contract type 4. So that's how it works. For example, contract type 5, flow type 1100. Similarly, you have another configuration element called update type. These are also flows for updating positions and transactions in parallel position management. These flows have an update type instead of a flow type. The main difference between flow types and update type is that definition of update types is not limited to contract type. For example, update type B152, which is right of foreign exchange. So money market will also cover follow types of transaction that will include creation, redemption, pre-maturity, and redemption on due date. So money market transactions are short to medium term. Money market transactions are closely integrated with cash and liquidity provide via surplus cash and repayment to the management. So fixed term, again, we know deposit notice is something where there is no specified period. Its due date is on the period of notice. That is what is deposit notice called. And interest rate instruments are used to map money market transactions, which include different forms of interest calculation and repayment. Commercial paper is a short-term discounted bearer bond, no interest payment during the term. Issuer and investor enter into a business relationship directly and agree on a repayment amount, which data pays to the correct creditors at the end of the term. Cash flow transactions in money market, this enables you to map a wide range of transactions. You can enter the term manually and also the cash flow that results from a particular issue structure. This includes position change, expenses, revenues, and payments. Facility, I think we have discussed last time. So I think you guys know about facility now. So we have discussed this only, what is trading, what is back office work, and what is accounting work. So these are more details, like accounting will do posting, payment, transaction reversal, accrual, deferral, valuation, position management, etc. So these are certain standard product types. This product type should not be changed. You should use the same product type. So again, we are talking about the difference between fixed deposit and security deposits, etc. So it's fine. We can go to the system now. I think you guys got some idea about the basic configuration terms. So these are showing some accounting entries. So what we can do, we can create one new product type, and we can try to do the configurations. So this is another document that I wanted to. We can use this document. So okay. So you will see that a lot of things are already created, like fixed deposit is 51A, 52A, 52B, 53, like this. But let's say I want to create another product, let's say 51B. Okay, just as an example. So I'll just copy the same thing here, and let's say here I'll put it as 51B. Let's say, okay, I'll just mention like medium term deposit. Okay, so product category, I don't there is no need to create a separate product category. You can use the existing product category only. Okay, and you can simply you can default the interest calculation method. You can check with your client, and you can select. Here we are selecting actual by 360. You can keep these things same and copy, save. Let me create a new TR. New product, Treasury. So we have got a new product 51B. So now we come to the flow types. So these are the standard flow types which are defined in SAP, like principal increase, borrowing decrease, accrued, final deployment, etc. This is more like on the account determination side. Yeah, it will have a lot of features. Yeah, so basically these are mostly standard. So here we have got classification on the structural characteristics. This flow type can be relevant to the characteristics, which is a major like an increase or decrease. Like when you open the deal, you will see a structure tab. So this is relevant for the structure tab, but there can be cases where this is also relevant for accrual or deferral. So for accrual or deferral, it will always calculate based on the number of days and the total number of days. Then you can have a valuation one where it will again the default structure of the flow will be so that it will get value and then reversed on the next day in that way. So there can be different types of flow. You have to define it here. Then here, this is the flow category. Ideally, you should not change the flow category. So this particular one is used for principal increase. Let's say if you go to the decrease one, you will see it is assigned to the decrease flow. If you come to this, you will see this assigned to this also. Okay, this is increase. Yeah, this one, this is decrease. So this one is assigned to principal flow category decrease. Then obviously this is relevant to posting. This is relevant to position, relevant to valuation. So that means we can evaluate this particular principle. So if I come to the deferred flow, so this is classification of as accrual or deferral. And the flow category is deferral, accrual. So this is relevant to accrual and so on, like that. So now I want to just assign the flow types to my transaction type. So what I can do, I can simply refer whatever is this product type from where I'm copying it. Okay, I don't want to do. Okay, let's just focus only on investment. Okay. So now I can copy them and I'll make it 51B. Let me see if we have any direct flows for this or not. Okay, you can go to the update types. So there are different types of update types which are used for different kind of like whether it's for forex gain or accrual, etc. So these are the update types which are standard. So generally, standard update types will cover most of the things. So it is not needed to configure new. But if there is a specific scenario, then you can think about it. Like there are a lot of update types which are present. Yeah. So now our flow types are, we have copied standard flow types. So standard flow types are anyway assigned to the standard update types. So this configuration can be ignored. We'll come to the condition type. So again, these are standard condition type, like final repayment and interest capitalization, nominal interest, facility fee, etc. And condition types are also assigned to transaction types. So this step is relevant for us. So we can copy our 51A condition types. Okay, we'll only stick to the investment. So here we have got 1120, which is relevant for final repayment. Then 1150 for interest capitalization, and 1200 is nominal interest. So that means this product type 51A and transaction type 100 can be used for this condition types. Let's say you also want to use this product for any charges. Let's say the bank is also taking some charges. Okay, so what we will do, we'll copy these three condition types, and we'll also add another condition type for charges. So now let's say I also want to create another new entry, and I'll also give, let's say, transaction type as 100. But here I'll select condition type as charges also. Charges. And save. So here we have got this valuation class. We should give the valuation class here also. So let's say here 51A. Let's go to the company code, which is 17. And so you can see that 51A for 1710 is assigned to the valuation class short-term current asset. Okay. So let's say I'll copy this. I'll keep the same valuation class, and I'll copy this. Oh, sorry, it has to be 51B. Save. Okay. This is fine. So this is the configuration for the money market. Now we'll come to the general settings. So we can first configure the company code additional data 1710. So here I can see that they have used M rate type. Okay. So again, this will be at a company code level, not at a product type level. So we should be good on this. But what it means is that in case any kind of principal interest get posted, the rate type will be M. Okay, this is anyway, I don't think this is relevant for us. Yeah. We can come to the transaction management. No entries. I have to see. So here you've got the valuation areas which we're discussing. Here you've got US GAAP and IFRS GAAP.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which transaction code in SAP FICO is used for bank reconciliation? Option A, FMMD. Option B, FMMC. Option C, FMMR. Option D, FMME. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there, excited about mastering financial supply chain management? Our SAP S/4HANA FSCM TRM course is here to guide you. You can learn at your own pace, right here on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into SAP S/4HANA FSCM TRM. It's like a toolkit for managing supplies, ensuring we have what we need, where we need it. Covering everything from the basics to advanced strategies, our course is designed by experts who really know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros, ready to support you every step of the way and answer any questions you might have. And guess what? Our students absolutely love this course. Just like you, they found it incredibly valuable. The best part? It's budget friendly. This amazing opportunity to level up your skills won't cost you an arm and a leg. Ready to become a SAP S/4HANA FSCM TRM whiz? Enroll now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
So we have created 1710 anyway as an accounting code here. So yeah, good. And then 1710 must be assigned to both IFRS and US GAAP are both assigned to 1710. Okay, you can come to the position management settings. Okay, so ours is short-term investment, right? One minute, let me check the valuation class that we have defined. And we'll just take a screenshot in the Word document so we can use the same valuation class.
It's 21 maybe, right? 21, I think.
Okay. Because the valuation area 001 is assigned. 001 is the local one, right? Or is I think it is IFRS. Okay. Even IFRS one is also assigned with 21, which is 002. Okay. And we also need that US 0. Even this is also assigned with 21. So valuation area is assigned with valuation class. So US gap is assigned here for both, and 002 is also assigned. Okay, let me take a screenshot of this also. Okay, you're saying about the groups, right? Let's see here. This is different. Okay. Okay, so this then we'll just quickly check the update type. So these are again standard update types which are assigned to the position change category, like whether it is assigned to no position change, just outgoing or incoming, what kind of position to which this position category is relevant to, and these are again very standard settings. So you can just use the same standard settings which are relevant for us. Okay, so we'll come to the valuation also. So before working on the valuation, let us just look at the standard PMP. So we need to check for which one is relevant for us. So let's first check. Yeah. So here we have to go to our valuation area. So let's say US 0, accounting code is 1710. Product category is yes. Okay. Okay, no problem. Search manually. Okay, here nothing is assigned. Mistake. 21. Yeah. So this is assigned at a valuation area and a 21 level. So as you can see here, we have 51A assigned for 21, and this is the position management procedure which is used, which is 1IAN. So these are the 3 position management procedures which we need to use, and we can go into the position management procedure to check more. Yeah. This one, 3. So generally, this also you can use. Like this is the one that I have seen more for. These are the ones which is relevant more. I'm not sure why here it is 3.1 AG and all. Let me check one thing. To which this position is assigned. Okay, this is also assigned, but this is only for valuation class, valuation area 001, which is probably, okay, it's not there. Okay, what we can do, we can just try this out. We'll see how it works, because generally for money market 2500 is a very common position management procedure that is used. So let us just try. Let's see if it does not work, we'll change it as per the standard. Well, let us give it a try. What we'll do, we'll use 001 and product type is 51A and position. Okay, and we'll use this, but we'll copy this for valuation area which is relevant for us, which is US GAAP. We'll use 51B and oh, sorry, I've not given the valuation class. US 0. Okay, it's not at a company good level. It's fine. 51B. This one. I can see security groups here. I can see some security groups here. We have to probably explore this. So you can check this somewhere in case you want to check this. You can see if this one works for you. Okay, so we are assigned now. Let's just go to definition and understand a little more. So if we just go to 2500. There was one more which was assigned to 51A, right? What was that? No. Yeah, these are the ones. Let's just take a screenshot of this. Yeah, so it's 1I. Okay, the security valuation. Plus 600. And this is what one IAN. And 3 IAG. Okay. Fine. So let us just try this out, and we may get some error during the posting, but we'll see. So let's just talk about the valuation also. So here we have got different procedures defined. Like we could see this, these are the procedures which are used in the position management procedure, right? So these are the ones which are assigned here. So now, yeah. So there can be different types of valuation procedures. So this is a procedure that was defined here: mark to market, mark to clean price, dirty price, etc. And this is what is of interest to us, which is the foreign currency valuation. So here you can see mark. This is the one that is assigned to us. So basically, this is telling that since for us during the foreign currency valuation, it will post in this way to the present value. And this is the exchange rate tag that will be used. And here you will see some more. So let's just check the update types for us. I think we have taken standard update types for us, right? Yeah, so this can be ignored. These are the same standard types. Okay, so I think we have done a few things. Now we can just move on to the accounting part. Okay, we have the accrual deferral settings also here. So if the update types are relevant for accrual deferral, then for us accrual deferral can happen. So we have to see how. I don't think I've taken a screenshot of what update types are defined. I take a screenshot. No, I don't think we have. Okay, let us just quickly take a screenshot of the update type also. We have used this once, right? This principal increase, nominal flow, borrow, decrease, or this kind of things. No, check the flow type also are different. So for us, the flow types defined are 51. So let me take a screenshot of the flow type. And now we'll just check the update type for these flow types. So ours is, let's say, 1100. 1100 has MM1100 plus, and then also it's assigned to the outflow and inflow both. So I think here they have assigned it to both, but in general you can also only assign it to inflow, and decrease can be assigned to the outflow. However, here they have assigned it in both way. So MM100 plus is one that we can take a screenshot of. 1100. Okay. Then we have got 5110. So they have assigned both to both. Then we have got 1120, which is this. Okay. Then we have got 1150, which is the interest capitalization thing. Okay. So let me take a screenshot of this also. Yeah. 1900 is what? Charge. So 1900 is charge, which is fine. Charge is fine. 1 and 2. This is a commission. Okay. Then we have got 1956. Okay, they have given tax also here, fine. And 5000. Okay. Okay, so let me take a screenshot of this also. This is the transition element for us. Okay, now I'll just check the actual part. So here we have got the update types which are relevant for accruals. So let me just select okay, these product types are not relevant to us. We'll select something which is product type agnostic. Okay, so these accruals are defined as D1200 plus, so I don't think we have this assigned for us. Let me see which product type is assigned to this. Okay. DME 1200 is there, 1200 plus is there for us. Not 1200 is also not there. L01 is not there. 1150 is also not there. 1150 is there for us, but this is probably the one relevant for interest capitalization, and here they are saying about reset procedure. So we need to probably assign the applet types element for accrual also. Then it will work for us. Otherwise, it may not work for us. So okay, no problem. We'll see about the accrual maybe after. Okay, so let's discuss the account assignment reference first. So let's just check for this. Okay, this is the definition. Okay, so 51A is assigned to in this way. So here you can see that they have given the product type, transaction type, valuation class greater than 20, and here they are given the range of 20 to 30, and then you have given some component relationship. What is this 3? Okay, so basically things more about the affiliate shareholding, those kind of things, more from the security point of view. So we can either use this, or we can use some other also. Let me see what is there for 52B. Okay, it's so this kind of settings are needed in case you want to restrict it by company code or account product type, etc. For those cases, you can use account assignment reference. Okay, so let's create something new. You can use the derivation route also. Let's say 51B account reference. The conditions. So let's say here I just give company code and let's say give 1710. I give product type as 51B. Save. You can click on this maintain rule values, and you can also give some more details if you want. Okay. So anyway, here we have defined. Oh, should be the last one, right? Yeah, this is what I've defined. Now we'll go to yeah, we'll go to the account termination. So okay, let us first check the update types. Our update types were let's say MM1100 minus. Let's look for MM1 minus. So this is assigned to 1110. So we'll go to 1110. Position to bank clearing. So now we'll see the assignment of 1110. So you can see it is assigned to 40 posting key and account symbol 1 and 50 posting key account symbol 3. so now that we know that what is it assigned to, we can simply go and try this 1 and 3 for our account assignment reference. Ours is, let's say, US GAAP. Okay, so these are additional settings for restricting by valuation area. This is fine, this we can ignore. Let us simply try to use 1 and 3. So let us try to first find out the account assignment reference for 51B, 51A. Okay. Let us take a screenshot of this. Let us just quickly check if we have anything for this 51B. Okay, so this is the one which is assigned, which is short term. This is the GL. Let us just see of this. Okay, so these are the GLs which are, these are the account symbols which are mapped for this account assignment reference, which is 2032000. So let's say if you don't want to assign so many GLs, what you can do, you can also use the same account assignment reference for our case. Let's try that. Okay, let us do one thing. Let us just make it greater than equal to 51A, so that the same account assignment reference can be used for 51B also. Let's save this. Okay, so let's just try something now. Oh, but we have not defined any product type with this. Let's see if we use something for 1710 only. Let's try this. Okay, make it longer time because anyway it's a medium term deposit. Cash flow. Yeah, this looks fine. From details. This looks okay. Save this. So yesterday we have created one deal. So there is a transaction called TM00. There you can see what are the transactions that are created. So I have just been receiving the company code and executing. So what you can do in order to restrict for your product, you can leave with the product type also. So I think we have created 51B. Yeah. So this is the transaction number that we have created. Yeah, $10,000 from 8th of Feb to 31st of December. So now we can settle the deal. This is the cash flow. So here we have taken nominal interest at the end of the term. Let me go to change mode. So here, as you can see, it's at the end of the term. End of the term means that this is this interest is at the end of the investment. You will receive the interest. Similarly, there are options like monthly basis on the first day of the month, on the last day of the month. So let's say it is at every 3 months. Okay. Again, there are options even in the repayment structure. You can do a final repayment or you can do repayment. Okay, here I don't think it is configured. There are ways to configure it at annuity level also. So now you can see that the interest payment is done on a quarterly basis, which is starting from February and it is getting every quarter. There can be certain cases also. Let's say your client may say that I don't want on 8th of March or 8th of May or 8th of August. I want it to be like a Jan to March cycle, Jan to March, then April to June, July to September, and December, and October to December. I want in this quarterly cycle, so I don't want this payment in this way. For the first quarter, it is fine to have, but from the next quarter, I want it as per the quarterly cycle of the company. So for that case, you can simply go to conditions here. You can double click here. You can go to dates here. So here, there is a way to shift the first date. So let's say I'll make it as 31st of March. Okay. And you can go back. Now, if you see here, see the first quarter cycle has a lower interest rate, which is 72. But from the ongoing cycle, it has become like 30th of June, 30th of September, 31st of December, and so on. So this is how you can control this. Now let me save this. Okay, so this interest instrument is saved. Now let's settle this transaction. So there's a way to settle it from TM00 also. Let's say I'm saving it. Now I will simply now let us check if this TBV1 works or not, because we have done some recent configurations. So let's see if it works. So let us say I just want to post the principal on 8th of Feb, which is $10,000 assets, and it should debit the asset, and it should credit your bank account. But I don't know if the accounts are configured in that way, but ideally this should be the account entry. Okay. So let us just try to do DB1. So I'll put the date as 8th of Feb and I'll post for all the valuation areas test run. Okay, so there is some message. Let's see. Define an allowed combination of ledger. Interesting. Okay, let us just post for the okay. I think the IFRS is not configured correctly, so we're just posting in the local graph. So this is how it will look like, as you can see here, where your investment asset is debited, and here we are creating a payment request clearing account. So this is the account we are crediting. So we can directly post to bank also, but here we are creating a payment request. So let us do an actual run. So this just generated this document number 100011. Let's look at this. The short-term investment account is debited and the payment request clearing account is credited. So now let us try to do a payment run using F111. One moment, let me also see if any payment request is generated or not. So let us just give a date range of February and see. So as you can see, we have a payment request 151, which is created for document number 10011. Okay. So I'm just giving today's run date. Click on parameters tab. Okay, I can give it's a 28th. Payment method, I have to set another here. Okay. So basically you can use the same payment method here in this screen. T. Click on dynamic selections. Give your payment request number. Save this. Save. So this is very similar to your F110. You guys are familiar with F110, right? So F111 is payment run for payment requests. You can do payment request when the payment request is created. The purpose of F110 is to do payment for vendor open items. So purpose of F111 is to do the payment run for payment requests. This is automatic payment program for payment requests. Do you understand what is payment request? So basically, a payment request is like you can say it's like a document number or a request number which gets generated when we do any kind of treasury, any kind of treasury related activities. So this can actually I've covered payment requests in very detailed. Let me see if I can show you something. Yeah. So basically, yeah. So basically, there is something called repetitive code. There is something called free-form payment request, and also about automatic payment program for payment request. So basically, what happens is, whenever any counterparty is defined, any business partner is defined in counterparty role, which is not like a vendor or customer, then it may be difficult for the system to create any open item. And without the open item, there is really nothing to clear from the ledger point of view, right? Like when you have a vendor or customer open item, so there is a sub ledger that is linked with the vendor or customer that can be in open item status. And when you make the payment, that gets cleared. When that kind of a situation is not there, because when you just a counterparty, which is like a bank, so let's say you are supposed to make payment of your interest expense to a bank. In that case, since this bank is just a counterparty in the counterparty role, so there is really no open item that you can create unless you define this business partner in vendor customer role. Like in my last project, we have defined the customer business partner in customer role. We are able to create open item and we are able to do F110. But if that is not the case, in such cases, it may be difficult to create F110 to clear the payment request, because at the end of the day, you still have to make payment to your counterparty, right? And so you basically payment request is, you can think of it as like a invoice where you create a liability. So this is the first step where you book the liability, and then you need to clear the payment request through F111 process. F111 is a transaction code which is called automatic payment program for payment request, where you can enter the parameter. Like you can see I have entered in the parameter tab. Okay, I'll just delete the proposal. What is the error, by the way? Now valid payment method processing. This is not defined correctly in FSCM. So if I go to yeah, this is T. This is 1710. So here you can give the dynamic selections active 151. You can give the currency, house brand data, etc. Okay. So let me just check if it is it. There it may not be maintained, but will that be the issue? So this is actually F111. You can see it here, right? The payment request is anyway generated, so the challenge is after payment request generation. Okay, no problem. I think it's fine. What I think you guys can do, you guys got some idea, right? How the accounting entry gets generated and how the configuration should be done. So here you can either use a new valuation class or you can even use an existing valuation class for assigning it. CVC. I have to check. Assign general valuation classes to groups. So generally, this is not a mandatory step. You don't need to assign this. You can click on that button and you can read it through. Link to other accounting components. We can use the same thing or you can create new also. Here, I think you have to go to the account assignment reference for OTC. Come back. Yeah, use the third tab. So basically what I've done, I have just used the same 51A and I have just modified that to greater than 51A. Double click on that, go to the condition. Yeah. See, this is how I have done this. Use constant. No, use click on constant. Yeah, give some number. It should be field definable field. Click on condition. Now what you should do, you should go to origin. Okay, go to condition once again. Use it origin. Click on the origin. Let me check from my side. Let me share my screen. See, for me it is coming up correctly. Let me just do it for you. What is the transaction type? 100, right? Okay, we actually have to first define this account assignment reference field 1, 2, 3, 4 here. So see how it is there here. Mention class. Okay, let me take a screenshot of this. Yeah, so let's say I've got something like commercial paper payable. Let us copy this and we'll make something like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we'll say 51C term deposit. There this. Then you can come here, new. Okay.
This valuation, right?
Physics. So it is created, right?
Yeah.
So you should use this constant term 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for your configurations. Okay. Where is it? 51. C. Yeah, here it is. So just use this 51 constant term 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for your account intervention configuration. GLs in the posting specs. Go to the last tab. Yeah. You know the account assignment difference for 51A. Do you know the account assignment reference which is assigned for 51A? You can refer back to that configuration and then use the same account assignment reference here in the filter and find out the GLs or the posting specs to which it is assigned. Then you can use the same posting specs if you want, or you can create a new posting specs. Yeah, right. So basically, the update types are same, right? If the update types are same, then it's fine. The only thing that is little different is the account assignment reference. Apart from that, everything is anyway connected to update type. Go to the go to that path once again. I'll show you. Click on the third tab, assignment of update type. Yeah. So this same update type has been assigned to the same product 51C. So that's why it will pick up the posting specs from there. This is a cash flow that you can see here. And let's say you want to see how much, like which cash flow is already posted and which is not posted. So you can basically change the layout of this cash flow, and you can also display the financial document here. So what you can do, you can just click on this change layout option, and you can bring in the document number. So as you can see here, only the principal has been posted, and now let's say you want to also post your interest, and also you want to post the actual and the valuation. Why valuation? Because this still is in dollar. Okay, this is not going to get valued because this is in dollar and the company code currency is also in dollars. So no problem, we'll see the valuation part later, but for now, let us first focus on the interest posting and then the actual part. So now let us try to post it on 31st of March. So you can go back to TPB1. So use the posting log.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which subcomponent of TRM is responsible for managing foreign exchange risk and currency exposures? Option A, in-house cash. Option B, treasury and risk management. Option C, cash and liquidity management. Option D, bank account management. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, Excited about mastering financial supply chain management? Our SAP S/4HANA FSCM TRM course is here to guide you. You can learn at your own pace, right here on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into SAP S/4HANA FSCM TRM. It's like a toolkit for managing supplies, ensuring we have what we need, where we need it. Covering everything from the basics to advanced strategies, our course is designed by experts who really know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros, ready to support you every step of the way and answer any questions you might have. And guess what? Our students absolutely love this course. Just like you, they found it incredibly valuable. The best part? It's budget-friendly. This amazing opportunity to level up your skills won't cost you an arm and a leg. Ready to become a SAP S/4HANA FSCM TRM whiz? Enroll now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
This is what is getting posted here. If I look at the GLs, so we have used a test GL, and basically this can be a something like a bank and bank debit and interest income credit. Because this is an investment, that is why we are creating the interest income and debiting the bank. And if you look at the bank GLs, you can see that this is posted from this bank, this SPK1 bank. So if we open the table, so this is your main bank, and if I open ABZP, yeah, so this is a GL that is assigned here, and this is the same GL which is getting picked here. So if I just change this GL description, I think this GL description is mentioned as test. We can just change this to, let's say, maybe we'll mention bank clearing GL. You can say miscellaneous. Okay. So now if I just go back here, I can refer to the test run. You will see that the bank clearing GL is getting debited and the interest income is getting credited, which is basically the same entry that we expect. If you remember, I've shown the accounting entries. This is the accounting entry, and you will see for investment, this is the entry, miscellaneous bank debit and interest income credit. So we have posted the same entries here. Now what we can do the actual entry. Execute. So this will actually post your accounting entry here for Treasury. Okay, and if you want to see the document posted, you can see the document number also here mentioned. Okay, this is the same amount which is mentioned in the cash flow for the deal, $72. This is the same amount which is getting posted, $72, and this is the document number. Okay, so this is how we do the principal and interest posting. Now let us see if it actual works or not, because we may not have configured for actual, but let us just try this out. So there is another company transaction called TPM44, which can execute accrual or deferral of expenses and revenue. So now let's say, as you can see in the cash flow, we have till March, and then from June onwards, we have $126. But let's say on 30th of April, you want to post the accrual. So you can give the transaction number and you can come down and you can give the actual date, which is, let's say, 30th of May, April. Execute. Execute. So we can see some messages. So basically, this is a configuration issue. That means there is no configuration that is there for this combination. Okay. So what we need to do, we need to basically click on configure the position management procedure. Okay, for the actual. You can go to this SPRO. So we have configured #51B with 2500 position management procedure. Now, or 2500, 51B, 51B. Okay. Okay, let me just take a screenshot of this. Yeah, this is okay. Let me just check this out. I'll mention as ZaranTech configurations. So we have this is one. Yeah. So now we'll check the procedure in more details. Define position management procedure. So let's say I give total 2500. Let's double click on this. So this is assigned to another procedure called 1000, but we need to also assign amortization, and I need to check the procedure for this. One moment, let me just check the procedure in one of the other systems. Let me check one of my client systems on this, because I don't remember the procedure name. So here there is another setting to come down called accrual deferral. Just going inside that. Now, one moment. So yeah. So okay, we have to click on this assign number types for accrual deferral. Now, I think our product type is not defined here, so we have to assign our product type here. Let us look at the error once again. Customizing font revision. Accounting code 1710. Why is it showing total visitor for it? Should okay, one moment. This can be restricted by the company code. Okay, let me set the securities here. And yeah, now only for securities. Execute. Messages. Define allowed combination of company code. I'm not trying to check. Visitable standard ledger. Okay. Not explicit ledger. For 1710 it is 10 and 30. Okay. Okay, I think US gap is there, but I don't think that we have configured for US. I think we have configured. Let me check the gap for our accounting principle that we have defined in the configuration and see if it is matching with this or not. Because we have given two valuation areas, right? One is the local gap, which is US. So if we go to the general settings. Here given valuation class. Yeah. So ours is US 0. This is US AP. So let us see if US AP is defined here or not. US AP. Okay, let us define US AP. US AP. And you also have the IFRS thing, right? So let's also define the IFRS. Oh, same key. Okay. Okay, USAP is already defined, but the IFRS is not defined. So let's just define. Let's define all the principles which are there. USAP is there and LG is there. Let's define IFRS and DAP also. Okay, let's save it here. Go back. Yeah. So now as you can see, the entries are showing here, right? So here, as you can see here, I have the total cash flow for this interest rate is 126 for from April to June. That means roughly I can say it is 3 months and it is $126. So approximately it is around 42 per month. So now that I'm doing it for the month of April, I'll expect an actual entry of $42. Okay. So now you can see here that we have got a $43 30th of April $43, and if I see on the next day and logs in messages, so this is how the entries are showing. It's actually coming for both IFRS and US GAAP. So what it is doing, it is basically first posting in the interest accrual and deferral debit to interest income for the IFRS book, and then it is basically resetting the reversal, resetting the accrual on the next day, which is a reverse on the 1st of May. So on 30th of April, it is posting $43, and then on 1st of May, which is the first in the next month, it is reversing the entry. So as you can see here, whatever was debiting at interest income or deferral, and that is getting credited here, and interest income which is getting credited is debited here. So basically it is resetting for IFRS GAAP, and same thing is happening for the local GAAP. So for both the gaps, it is posting the accrual and then reversing it on the next day of the month automatically from the system. And the calculation also will happen automatically. So as you can see, $43, which is being shown here. Okay. So now I hope it is clear how the system is working. So now what I can do, I can now uncheck the test run. Once you know that it's working fine, then uncheck the test run, and you can. Here you have got some controls also: posting date, posting period, document date, reset key date. But you don't need to control which, because anyway you've given the actual date on 30th of April, so automatically it is getting reversed on the next day. So I've removed the check test run and I'm executing it. So now as you can see, this is showing the actual calculation that from 30th of March to 30th of April, the total value is 126 and 130 is 43, which is getting posted. If you click on logs and messages, it will show you the actual revenue reset on the next day for IFRS GAAP. And for local GAAP, it is again doing the same thing. It is posting the actual and then resetting the next day. So now this is the account document which has got posted. So it has posted 4 documents. If you want to see, you can just see the document number 100. Let me open the local GAAP document number. So here the actual is getting debited and interest income is credited, and it is again getting reversed on the next day. So if you click on the 1016 document, it is posting the interest income debit, which is the reversal entry of the interest income credit on 30th of April. Okay, and it is creating the actual. So this is how the actual and deferral thing will work, right? And now what we can do, so we have covered this part. We have covered the principal booking. We have covered the payment run. FEBAN is not needed because I think you guys already know how the bank statement works. So we have done the interest income part. We've done the actual part where it is posting the 12 and creating the income and reversing it on the next day. Now, the only thing that is left is TPM1 or the valuation part. So as you saw that this is of same currency, hence there is no valuation. But let's say the currency is of euro, then there can be valuation. Okay. So what we can do, we can try to create a new deal, and let me also check the valuation configurations. So if I just click on key date valuation, yeah, here. So here our procedure is 1000. Let me see if, yeah, 1000 is defined here. And now if I click on different foreign currency valuation procedure, okay, 1000 is also defined here. Okay. Late valuation procedure for forward exchanges followed in its name. So now we can just let us create a deal which is of different currency. So here you can give the transaction currency. Let's say I'm giving euro, which means that this is a investment in a foreign currency. Okay, so let me just simply make the frequency as monthly and make it every 3 months. Cash flow. So this is how it will look like. Now, as I mentioned in the last call, in case you want to make it on the month and day, you can simply come here. So let's say I want to make it on 31st of March. And I can make it 31st of March. Okay. Month end. Go back. Cash flow has become like this. This is what you expect. Now, okay, let me save this thing. Save, settle the deal. So we discussed about front office and back office, right? Yeah. So basically, you can say that the person who is in the front office, the trading department, he can create the deal. That means this person is working on the loan or investment, and the back office person actually comes and checks the deal. He can check if the partner is fine, if the amount is fine, the dates are fine, the interest rate is fine. You can check the payment details. You can go to the cash flow and check if everything, if the cash flow looks fine. And once he's satisfied, he can settle the deal. So this is more like a mechanical concept. Test run, yeah, test run. Okay. Okay, let me go to TPM1 once again. Run valuation. Logs and messages. Yeah. So here it is coming on as $100. Why? That is because the actual entry was of 10,000 euro, and if I see the document which is posted, you can in fact also choose layout like posting view. That also shows the document number. So this is the document which got posted, and here 10,000 euro is how much? $1,000. This is wrong, but just assume that 0.1 is a rate. Okay, if 0.1 is a rate, that means 10,000 euro. Oh, this is 8th of Feb. This is 8th. On 8th of Feb, my dollar value is how much? This one into 0.1, which is 1,000. Okay. Now on 29th of Feb, what is my dollar value? This one into 0.11. Why 0.11? Because I maintained 0.1 on here. So that means my valuation is 1100 minus 1000. So this is my valuation on 29th of Feb. So that is what is getting posted here. 1000 is a valuation gain, and gain has got credited, and this is adjusted with the investment GL, and this is again reversed on the first of the next month, which is let me bring up the date. Date is not mentioned here, is it? Oh yeah, date is mentioned here. Here. So as you can see, on 29th of Feb, it is getting posted, and 1st of March, it is getting reversed. Same goes for US GAAP. So now and you can see here, they mention 0.11, 0.1. It shows you everything, okay? This is basically the calculation, how it works. And now come back, uncheck the test run, execute, run valuation, logs and messages, and it is posted now. So now you will also see the document number. Yeah, so document number got posted. So if you double click on this document number, you will see forex valuation gain credit. It is 0 in euro, but you should bring up the local currency. So if you bring up the, or you can also select this. You can simply go to GL view or display currency here and click on local currency. Yeah, so $100 credit and $100 debit of the investment GL. So this forex valuation gets adjusted with your principal, and then it gets reversed. This is 29th of Feb, and on 1st of March, it is reversed. Gain is gain is debited and investment yield is credited. So on 1st of March. Okay, a document date is given as the system date or today's date, but you can adjust it. I mean, now you can't because it's already posted, but if you want to adjust, you can adjust it on the way you want it. You have all the controls. If you want, you can modify it. Okay, so this is how the valuation is done. We have seen the valuation, we have seen the accrual and deferral, we have seen the interest posting, and we've also seen the principal. So we have seen the entire cycle. So basically, cash management, as I have explained in the earlier class also, it helps us in determining our cash position and liquidity. And based on the the payable, receivable, based on the bank items that we have, system can determine the cash position, and this helps in basically covering the working capital requirements of a company. So now here, let's say we have got some market information, and then you need to basically determine the cash management from this market information, and then based on that we'll be doing certain trading, right? So like we have got for example, let's say you have a certain loans which are outstanding for you, and that loan may have a interest rate which is variable. So that loan can be integrated into cash management through the configurations, and same goes for payable and receivable side. And based on all the information, we can basically understand what is my cash position in a certain currency on a certain date. So as you mentioned, there can be cash management and there can be liquidity management. So liquidity management is all about medium to long term forecast based on the budgeting, and cash position is all about short term cash forecast. So as you can see here, you have got different bank accounts in one account number or account number 2 and so on. So all this will be part of the cash position. Then you have got payment transactions like incoming, outgoing, then investments and borrowings. Then the sub ledgers like AP, AR, purchase order, sales order. So all these things can be linked to cash position. So this is a previous GUID cash position report that we're just showing a summary how it looks like, how it is able to predict a balance. So this is integrated with AR, AP, and even Treasury. Okay, so as and when you book the information from different modules, it basically integrates with cash management. So it's also talking about the PPs and the controlling side. I think this one you can note. Let me try to show you the key terms of cash management. You've got cash position report. This is a report to analyze the exact source of the cash by navigating to the line item level or further drill down to the document level. Then you have got liquidity management, then liquidity forecasting. So again, as I mentioned, these are all about medium to long-term liquidity of a company by giving insights into the liquidity forecasting. It can help you collect and predict the accurate cash flow of different subsidiaries across the globe. Again, this is more into the BPC side on the planning and consolidation level. Then you have got cash pooling. So in our earlier class, we have also discussed about cash pooling, how cash pooling can be used to transfer funds between different bank accounts. Then there can be a functional area, a GL account, posting periods, and so on. So I've got different reports like cash flow analyzer. So basically, this one displays a aggregate amount and line item details of cash position, and it can be used to go to the actual cash flows. Right. So then you have got memo records, which is such kind of records which are expected but not yet generated in the system. Like I gave you an example, right? For example, I'm planning to buy a property for setting up a factory. So that is not in my transactions because the transaction has not happened yet. But I know that this is going to happen on the next month or maybe next week. So I can basically create a memo record for such cases. The objective of cash management is to monitor cash positioning and manage the liquidity of an organization. It aids an organization in making decisions related to investments, borrowing, and sufficient liquidity to cover current and future payment obligations. Like in case you're short of cash, you need to do some short-term borrowings. And in case you have excess liquidity, you can decide on investing that money. But how do you decide such things? You can decide based on your liquidity structure. So again, as we mentioned, there can be two things. One is cash position, one is liquidity management, long-term and short-term. So these are certain cash management activities which a cash manager or a cash specialist can perform in order to effectively manage the liquidity. Collection of inflows. Thanks so much. So basically, collection process is something that you guys are familiar with. This is talking about the cash app part. As in when a customer is making a payment, you need to have an efficient collection process which can collect your cash in a certain target accounts, right? In case you have bank statement integration done, this can be automated. Then disbursements is when this is controlling the timing of outflows. Like for example, you want to disburse from your target accounts to another account through cash concentration, or maybe you want to make some vendor payment. So this will be part of your disbursement. Management of daily cash flows. Control the bank account balances across all banks and monitor the inflows, outflows, fund transfers, and payments. So, so basically, you should have a fair idea about the daily cash flows. Liquidity forecasting, short-term funding, and short-term investment. So these are all, again, same thing. Basically, depending on whether you're short or whether you have enough money in your hand, you can decide on short-term funding or investment. And liquidity forecasting is more about the planning part. So it also talks about certain more things like infrastructure and risk management, which are not exactly linked, but like extension of cash management. So this basically tells us the benefits why we need to have cash management. This can be used. So I obviously have discussed this part: manage excess cash or meets cash deficits. This is the most important one. Then enables cash pooling and fund transfers. In case some subsidiary is short on money and some have excess liquidity, they can use this cash pooling to transfer such funds. Maximizes the disbursement float. So obviously your rating efficiency goes up. Segregates duty for minimizing frauds. That's fine. reconciles bank statements and protects usage, checks real-time cash position to prevent bank balance overdrafts, monitors daily cash position and projected cash forecasts, provides visibility to expected cash needs and forecasted cash receipts, analyzes enterprise-wide cash requirements and currency and current exposures, and improves working capital position by having enough cash in hand. Okay. So now we'll just talk about the high-level process. So the first step obviously is that you input the electronic bank statement automatically, provided that you have implemented EBS. There is a way to automatically import the statements through maybe an MBC interface or some other interface, and automatically upload the statements to a job if you've got a job. Then you review the opening cash positions. So once you have your bank account once the bank statements indication is completed, then you can review your cash positions for different statements, different accounts. Then basically you have a fair idea about your cash position. Then you review the create and verify any manual memo records. Like for example, you feel that some forecasted transactions are missing. You can create a memo record. Now you review the cash position once again along with the new memo records. Then review the liquidity status and decide whether to invest or borrow through his cash flow analyzer app. Okay. Let us have a look at the cash flow analyzer app before we go into more details. Just check. Okay. Let us open SAP. Any questions so far? Next few days. It does not basically restrict to a certain timeline as such. Let me show you the cash flow analyzer thing. Get a better idea. Not like we specifically select any period while doing the configuration as such. Configuration is more on the what you want to visualize in the cash management, which GLs you want to bring up in the cash management, how you want to structure the cash management. The configuration is more on that part. So it is giving from 6th of Feb till 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11, 12, and then it is just measuring as future. This is how it is going to show in standard. Now, what we can do, we can just play around here and see if we can get some option to enhance it. Let me see if I can give on 8th. So let me try this. I think this date is a main basis. Yes, let me just try maybe last in this month and see what happens. Yeah. So last in the month is 29th of Feb. So from 29th of Feb, it is showing for next 7 days and then making it as future. Okay, so now if we expand here, so basically if you click here, it will actually go into the check cash flow item app and it will actually drill down the documents which are like the documents which are part of this prediction. No, so the outflow and inflow can be determined by these arrows actually. If you see, the green colored ones show the inflow and the red colored ones show the outflow. And we are not talking about any balance sheet or profit and loss statement here, right? We're talking about the cash flow. We're going to talking about the cash. Mhm. Yeah, so if you want to see the exact uh, reason why it is showing here, then you can go here. You can click on the display cash check flow items to understand the breakup of this. Let's say you want to understand the breakup of this negative 298,765,284, which is on to 29 million dollar outflow, right? The direction is outflow here and the value is 298. So you are not sure how it is coming up. You want to see the breakup. Yeah, so for purchase order and sales order, since there are no accounting documents which are getting posted, so it will depend on the cash planning group to which the master data is assigned. So for example, if you have a vendor master and if you're creating a purchase order with a vendor master, and if the vendor master has a certain planning group, so based on that, system should be able to, if that particular vendor has a certain planning group assigned, and if the planning group and planning levels are assigned in the configuration, then for that particular PO, the value should be visible here.
Can we bring one transaction and see everything?
Planning levels and all should be different for that, because ideally cash management is more about the bank account, but yeah, we can see certain other entries also. We can go to journal entry. Planning group, yeah, planning group in the BB master and planning level in the GL master. So let's probably just use maybe sales order, resale order, purchase order. Yeah, purchase order MMF. So this is the planning level M2, which is assigned for purchase order. What you can do. Just make sure. So I have assigned A7 here. So please split over document. So here the sources, we have got bank accounting, material management, subledger, real estate, and sales and distribution. So let's say for us, it has to be M1, which is, as you can see, the source here for M2, which you have M2 is material management, which is MMF M2. So now let us take a screenshot of this. go back and define panel heuristics. Anyway, name to history finds a record. Screenshot of this. Okay, so now we can assign learning group. Let's say A7. Save this. Okay. So now let us create invoice with the same supplier. Okay. Now let us see if this document is coming up or not. Let us just quickly see if this is overdue or not. I think our document does not come up right. Okay, let us try to find this out. Let us put some more filters if we can. Yeah, minus 6,700 has come up on this date, as you can see here. No, it's not about program. It's more about the data collection, right? Because configuration is one thing where you have to define the planning level or planning groups, etc. But it is more like assigning the planning levels to the right GL, assigning the planning groups to the right vendors. Once you do that data collection, once you do the master data collection for your GLs and suppliers and customers, then as and when you start posting the data using the right master data, it should automatically come here.
Okay.
Very common scenario, right? Because generally we will not have such like if the company is planning to implement cash management, then they must be doing this planning level or planning to during the implementation. Suddenly they will not think about implementing this, right? Yeah, open items we can bring. So for open items, so that we have to probably think through, because if a posted document needs to be changed, right? We need to see if we have to. Let's just go to this document. We need to probably see if we can find some program to mass update, or depending on the volume, we have to figure out a way to plan that. Or see, generally, what happens? I mean, like in most of the companies, what they do, where they have some ERP implemented, they generally refer their bank statements. Let's say if they have got 5 banks, they'll be referring their bank statements. Then they'll be taking out their open PO, open payable reports, open receivable, and open orders. Considering treasury is not that high, just talking about the payable and receivables. And then they will be using their payable receivable report and the bank statement report, and they will be manually reconciling and understanding how much is by next 7 days or next 15 days cash position. And this is not a very very unpredictable or a very complicated thing, because people who are like the core finance team who are working day in day out, they already have some idea how much is being payable, how much is being receivable. And once they do that, once they basically figure that out, they generally get a short-term forecast in an Excel sheet. Now, in case they want to implement cash management, we can probably fix a date. So let's say today is 6th of Feb. Let's say we fix a date on 31st of March. So I'll be implementing cash management on 31st of March, right? So I can plan in that way that till 31st of March, I will be using Excel sheet, and whichever data I'll be posting with the date beyond 31st of March. Let's say I'm opening a new order on 1st April, or I'm creating a new invoice on April, right? So from that day onwards, before that date, I'll be updating my configuration and my master data, and I'll be planning my transactions in that way. There can be some overlap. Maybe for April month, there'll be some overlap in Excel sheet and system. And from May onwards, they will be using the cash management from the system. So you can plan in that way. It may not be like I need the last month cash management, otherwise I don't know what to invest, my working capital will go for a toss, my company will go. Like that, it will not be the case. They will definitely have a fair idea for next 50-20 days, and definitely for a project, we can plan in that way.
Hey there, excited about mastering financial supply chain management? Our SAP S/4HANA FSCM TRM course is here to guide you. You can learn at your own pace, right here on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into SAP S/4HANA FSCM TRM. It's like a toolkit for managing supplies, ensuring we have what we need, where we need it. Covering everything from the basics to advanced strategies, our course is designed by experts who really know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros, ready to support you every step of the way and answer any questions you might have. And guess what? Our students absolutely love this course. Just like you, they found it incredibly valuable. The best part? It's budget-friendly. This amazing opportunity to level up your skills won't cost you an arm and a leg. Ready to become a SAP S/4HANA FSCM TRM whiz? Enroll now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.